Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
All righty. Welcome, everyone. I'm pleased to call to order the 273rd meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Spokane, Washington. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council website. We encourage members of the council or the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the September council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and be part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available by contacting the council office. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on your cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. I will also add that the Anderson rule is in effect. And if your phone will go off or on the honor system, that you'll provide 3 dozen donuts on the following day or schedule with Kevin Dunn potentially. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to Lieutenant Carrie Jeffries of the U.S. Coast Guard, who will be welcome to the council table, and also Sharon Kiefer of the Idaho Department of Fish and Game. So welcome. And with that, I'll call Mr. Merrick Burden, who will give the roll call of council members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council members. I will take the roll of the September 2023 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Corey Niles. Here. Phil Anderson. Here. Michael Clark.
Here.
Robert Dooley.
Here.
Brett Edinger.
Here. Oh.
Danny Evanson.
Here.
Mark Gorelli.
Here.
Pete Hessemer.
Here.
David Hogan. David Hogan is not present. Virgil Moore. Here. John North. Here. Joseph Oatman. Here. Chris Oliver. Here. Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith. Here. Krista Svensson.
Present.
Frank Lockhart. Here. And Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you have a quorum.
All right. Okay. And Merrick, I look to you for the a motion to approve the agenda. Mark Grelnick.
I move the council approve the agenda as shown as agenda item A3, September 2023.
Second, Bob Dooley. Okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? No? Abstentions? Okay. Agenda is approved. Thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn to Director Merrick Burton for the director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and council members. So I'll summarize our ED report that's in your briefing book. This was provided in the advanced briefing book, and there have been a couple of other additions that I'll make verbally as I go through it. So starting off with the council roster, as we all know, there are changes to the roster since June. We have a new chairman, and I thank Mr. Mark Gorelnik for his steady leadership over the last few years. In addition to those changes, as indicated, we do have two new folks on the council roster in our midst, Lieutenant Jeffries and Sharon Kiefer. Welcome. There are several informational items in your briefing book as noted in the report. There are also a couple supplementals. One is supplemental IR6, and that concerns the NIMS procedural directive on stocks that span the jurisdiction of multiple councils. This is something that has come through the CCC. My opinion as your executive director, I don't believe this affects us all that much, but I've gotten several questions about it, and so it's there as informational. There's also attached to that as a Mid-Atlantic Council SSC report where they went through and commented on quite a bit of the ins and outs of that directive and the concerns they had. I found that to be fairly informative. So it's there in case you would like to take that up as a future agenda item. And then the other supplemental report is a midwater trawl EFP summary, which is concerns the midwater trawl and some salmon bycatch matters within that EFP. We have some advisory body alternates as listed in the ED report. Find that helpful for members of the public that are curious about who is sitting in which seats during which meetings as alternates, and that's something that you have requested over the last year. We do have some updates there to standing and ad hoc committees. We also have updates to the council rules and procedures. So following much of our discussion over the last few meetings on harassment matters and code of conduct matters, we have made several updates. So we have advisory body ground rules, and Ms. Kelly Ames has spent quite a bit of time here. Those rules are intended to help ensure a respectful workplace during meetings that are hosted by the council. We are continuing to work on some of the other matters that you have given us direction on. We've had several things occur since our last meeting. In particular, we've had several conversations with the National Marine Fisheries Service and the regional councils concerning the Inflation Reduction Act. So in the iterations that have gone back and forth, we first focused on an initial tranche of funding that NIMS has indicated they would be making to the councils. We've negotiated that number to $3 million. And so we expect that initial amount to go to the councils sometime late this year, and that $3 million would be divided equally among all the councils. The purpose of that is to help fund staff and contractor expenses related to the buildup of the rest of the IRA program. So that is, I believe, good news. At the May CCC meeting, Janet Coit helped to establish a dialogue between council leadership and the Center on Environmental Quality. Mr. Gorelnik was our chairman at that time, and he has led several conversations with CEQ. And Mr. Gorelnik, I don't know if you'd like to speak to any of that, but I'll pause here and see if you have any summaries you'd like to provide on that dialogue.
Sure, I'd be happy to do so. As those of us on the council will recall, we have sent an endless stream of sternly worded letters to other federal agencies and state agencies for that matter about the need to protect our salmon populations and the threat that other policies, water policies have had. At the May CCC meeting, we discussed this issue with Janet Coit. NIMS had expressed, if not frustration, at least they're in the real world, they do what they can. And the Bureau of Reclamation basically carries a bigger hammer. And so the prospect of communicating with the Council of Environmental Quality was raised. Ms. Coit made the introduction, and subsequently I had a phone call with CEQ in which I articulated the history of threats to California salmon, which of course are relied upon heavily by the state of Oregon as well. And I was asked to provide copies of council correspondence. So with the help of the council office, gathered together a history of that correspondence and sent it on to CEQ. There have not been any communication since, but so that's where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Gorelnik. Continuing on through the end of my ED report, the declared COVID health emergency is over, but COVID has not left us. So we've continued to provide some COVID protocols within the general information section of your briefing book. Those are likely to be helpful for other illnesses that may arise during the meeting as well. You may have made note that COVID is again on the upswing, and it's around the council family. So everyone, please continue to be cautious for the good of our meeting and our public health. And then lastly, a chair's reception is planned for today. It'll occur at 6 p.m. right outside these doors. So that concludes my ED report, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions, though.
Okay, thank you, Merrick. Questions on the ED report? Okay, Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't a question, but it is a comment. I just wanted to express my gratitude to council staff and Mr. Gorelnik for initiating those conversations with Janet Coit and the CEQ and continuing to give voice to opinions that this council has had on salmon. So thank you.
Thank you, Corey. All right, anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Merrick. That will take us to, I guess, B1. And Merrick, you have comments on?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, I can help us get started on B1. So as you all know, this item provides an opportunity for our advisory bodies, various management entities, and members of the public to submit comments to the council on matters that are not part of our scheduled meeting agenda. These include both written and oral testimonies. And as I look at the materials you have in front of you, you do have two items that have been submitted that are part of the public comments, written public comments within your briefing book, one from James Walsh, another from Jeff Stackhouse. You also have 3 signups, one from James Walsh, one from Jared Davis, and one from Harry Adams.
I got to turn it on, don't I? They've been charged with 4 crimes, but I only want to draw attention to the first 3. Particularly given their existential implications for the very future of the California market squid fishery, one of the state's most valuable and certainly one of the most successfully managed. I note here that very recently, this fishery has been affirmatively certified by the Marine Stewardship Council after 3 independent assessments, including one by the well-known company MRAG, which did the MSC assessment for Cal Marine Fish Company. These assessments, by the way, are clearly the most up-to-date reviews of this fishery, and they include descriptions of the history and enforcement of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. My name is James Walsh, and I'm an attorney based in California. First, let me make clear, I do not represent these individuals. They have their own legal representation. However, I'm a legal advisor to the Cal Marine Fish Company and the managers of the fishing vessel Barbara H. After reading the investigation reports and charging allegations and existing regulations and guidelines, I am very troubled by this enforcement action. I want to help these companies avoid having more employees charged with crimes in what are really long practiced and routine California marine squid fishing and processing operations. Therefore, I'm seeking clarification, if I can, from the council. The council, as you all know, is a co-manager of coastal pelagic species, along with NOAA and along with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. To say the least, these charges came as a shock. Based on the enforcement information in the MSC assessments, they have never been leveled before in the market squid fishery. Because these charges appear to have the support of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the eventual outcome of this case will not really resolve the uncertainty they have created for this fishery. Whether this case is dropped, compromised, or litigated for the next few years, the shot has been fired. Now, everyone in this fishery has reason to believe that these charges reflect the official management policy of the state of California going forward. The first criminal charge alleges a misdemeanor for possessing an undersized California scorpion fish less than 10 inches in size, based on a regulation for the directed commercial fishery. By the way, squid typically get up to be about 1 foot in size. The second charge is for engaging in the directed California inshore fishery and taking California scorpion fish without a valid inshore fishery permit. The third charge is the captain was illegally harvesting and possessing sea cucumbers without a valid quote unquote sea cucumber permit. But notably, the written charge does not specify the exact California permit that applies to sea cucumber. As alleged criminal violations, each charge, I believe, is subject to a possible penalty of up to 1 year in jail and a fine of $1,000 or more. The allegations relate to the purse seine vessel's harvest and delivery of over 14,000 pounds of market squid. But it included 120 pounds, roughly, of what is bycatch, as defined by regulation, as well as the history of agency sampling. The vessel was not targeting California scorpion fish or sea cucumbers, but the enforcement reports seem to allege otherwise. And I understand that the vessel did not commercially exploit this bycatch by selling it to the processing plant. Moreover, it's fair to say that no sensible commercial fisherman would purposely target these bycatch species with a purse seine net. It's even questionable whether a purse seine vessel used primarily for the coastal pelagic species would qualify for a nearshore permit to target that species. But the confusion is even more apparent as to the sea cucumber charge. The California market squid regulations clearly state that a tidal invertebrate permit is not required when fishing for squid. I cite the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Section 149K. A sea cucumber is a tidal invertebrate, according to the department's website. Even more doubtful is whether the market squid fishery can simultaneously comply with regulations applying to the nearshore fishery, the tidal inshore fishery, the ground fishery, or any other FMP regulations that apply if the inadvertent capture of bycatch species is treated as directed or targeted fishing. The prosecutors in this case also assert that these species must be culled out of the catch and discarded at sea.
James, your time's up. Could you summarize and finish up here?
I will get to the very end, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I think we can all agree that enforcement is an integral and necessary part of the ecosystem, if you will, the fishery management system we have created, as reflected in the Magnuson-Stevens Act. We also must agree that the enforcement action should, in both concept and actual practice, reflect the goals and objectives set forth in the FMPs and should not contradict the regulations. They should not be a matter of guesswork. So I'm here today seeking clarification from the co-managers of the coastal pelagic species FMPs as to a number of pivotal management questions. One, what is bycatch and what is targeted species in this situation? Have the state and federal plans clearly laid out how to delineate the difference? Does more need to be done in the FMPs to clarify how enforcement is to make this determination? Two, has the California Department of Fish and Wildlife determined as a matter of policy and as a matter of the FMP for the market squid that directed fishing permits must be obtained for every species a market squid per seine vessel must capture? Over the years, the data shows they've regularly, inadvertently and off and on captured up to 37 different species, comprising only 1% of the total catch. Must we sort at sea? I don't see any requirements for excluder devices or percentage limits. And then finally, is there a serious problem here? Is there a serious environmental problem? We are not dealing with overfished species or endangered species. Obviously, the bycatch does not include sea turtles or right whales. And if the Department of Fish and Wildlife has been aware of and concerned about this bycatch in the squid fishery for over 20 years, why hasn't it placed additional restrictions to avoid and minimize bycatch even further than the current 1%? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm sure the entire California squid fishery urgently waits a clarification of these issues. I want to make one personal comment. This is not personal. I know this is going to upset certain people, but we really are flummoxed. We don't know what to do. We don't know what to tell our processing workers. We don't know what to tell our boat captains. And I hope we can get clarification. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Walsh. Questions for James? Last comment? Okay. All right, next up will be Jared Davis. Jared, are you there?
Yes. So just for context, I want to start off by saying that there's been a thriving fishery in place for sport fishermen and charter fishermen, charter boats. My name's Jared Davis, and I own the Salty Lady, a CPFE charter fishing boat out of Sausalito, by the way. This fishery has been in place for a bunch of years. It's a rockfish crab combo type of trip. So I have a question. The current regulations that require us to fish outside of 50 fathoms have some wording in it that states that after you've fished for rockfish in over 50 fathoms, that no fishing gear may be deployed in transit back to the mainland. And I'm wondering if that includes crab traps or crab hoops. Are we going to be able to fish for rockfish in over 50 fathoms and then deploy crab traps afterwards, to fulfill our crab combo trips? And in addition, if not after, would it be potentially legal to fish the crab before going fishing the crab and then putting the gear back on the boat and then fishing for rockfish in over 50 fathoms afterwards? So basically, I'm looking for clarification on the wording in the in-season adjustment. This may not be the right place to ask that question. It might be more of a G8. I see that on the agenda, but I thought I'd chime in here and see if anyone could answer that question for me. Thank you.
Okay, Jared, thank you. Questions for Jared or answers? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Jared. Thank you for your comment. I understand that you've been in touch with members of the enforcement consultants, and I understand that they are looking into the issue, and I believe you're in touch with them. So that's the correct group for this discussion. If you need help making connections with them, we can connect offline. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Okay. Thank you, Jared. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I mean, I'll take that. I think there should be some, it's not like it's a new fishery. I was hoping that the regulation would clarify that a little better, for future consideration, if nothing else. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Okay. Next up is Harry Adams. Harry, are you in the audience? There you are. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Harry Adams. I have been in the fishing industry my whole life, growing up building commercial fishing boats with my dad. I was a commercial fisherman for 20 plus years, working on trawlers and drag boats most of the time. My wife and I own and operate a fishing charter out of Crescent City, California. I am also a Crescent City Harbor Commissioner. I stand before you representing the citizens and charter boats and the sport fishermen of Crescent City, California. I'm speaking here today to the Northern Management Nearshore Groundfish Total Closure that the California Department of Fish and Game and Wildlife implemented on August 21st. The reason for this closure is due to the endangered quailback rockfish. I have a few comments and questions to make regarding this closure. I have in my hand the quailback rockfish in-season update handout, dated August 25th. It is my understanding that this model came from Northwest Science Center in Seattle, Washington. Their information data in this model is only that a model, and none of this data is based on observer information. It is also my understanding that the other quailback data was done by trawl boats. First of all, how can CDFW do a complete nearshore closure using trawl data when trawl boats do not trawl in the rocks where the quailback live? How can CDFW do a nearshore closure with model and trawl boats information? The models used to assess local quailback population and impact are not verified or validated. None of this is accurate data. My second point is CDFW allowed to take of one quailback in the daily bag limit. They had a quota of less than 2,000 pounds. Why didn't CDFW proactively manage in-season take of the quailback? CDFW did not actively manage the quailback fishery until the middle of the fishing season, and then realized they were way over their allotted quota. Is this the fault of the charter boats and the sport fishermen, or is this the fault of the CDFW? If CDFW had kept an accurate data on the quailback at 75%, allowed for a 25% mortality rate, we could still be fishing in the shallower depths. Quailback are very resilient when released. Most fishermen that I know, quailback don't even keep them. They are spiny and do not have good meat. They are released. Historically, 20 plus years ago, the commercial fishery was huge out of Crescent City. There were about 18 trawl boats operating out of the harbor, taking thousands of tons of fish. This was until the federal buyback, of which 16 trawl boats were bought out of Crescent City. We currently have 2 commercial boats with trawl pull permits, and none of them trawl. My point is the pressure on fishing is so much lighter now with only charter and sport fishing boats operating out of Crescent City. How can you claim that our endangered species compared to when the commercial fishing was operating in full swing 20 years ago, especially when there's no accurate data? I don't know about other areas, but the fish population in Crescent City area is thriving. If you know how to fish, you can have your daily bag limits in just a few hours. Ask any charter boat captain or local fisherman. There should be a thorough economic and environmental analysis with user groups participation before fishery regulatory actions. Actual hook and line data off of charter boats that know where the quailback reside in our area needs to be done. The marine protected areas were originally set aside for fish conservation to preserve the ground fish biodiversity and to preserve our rights to harvest seafood. However, we are again being heavily regulated with harvest restrictions and complete blanket closures. This is an economic disaster for the town of Crescent City and Delaware County. Fishing is a huge part of this town. Charter boats, motels, RV parks, stores, restaurants are going to lose vast amounts of income, and some will close permanently. Also, the tourists that have spent thousands of dollars on their boats and fishing gear that come to these areas yearly to enjoy fishing. A total near-shear rockfish closure will force anglers to target other species of fish that are available, thus depleting those stocks. One last factor involving the 50 fathom and greater depth limit is safety. The ocean in the Crescent City area can be very volatile and changed instantly. With the Coast Guard no longer operating out of Crescent City, my fear is that many smaller boats will try to get to the 50 fathom mark and get into serious trouble. My other point is education. Our town will commit to educating fishermen on the take of quailback and other endangered species. And I also try to discourage anglers to take too small a fish, use of proper descending devices, and take a picture and then release the very large breeder fish with the descending device. In my opinion, the solution before a total closure of nearshore rock fishing is to get accurate data by doing hook and line surveys. That is the best way to determine if the quailback species is indeed depleted. In 20 years of working on commercial trawl boats and dry boats, I probably delivered over 2 million pounds of rockfish and never encountered a quailback. I never knew what a quailback was until I started sport fishing, because the quailback occupy in different habitat. One last statement. I run one of six charter boats out of Crescent City Fishing, and I'm commenting today on the catch share plan with regards to increasing California's share of the Pacific halibut quota. The current quota of 39,520 net pounds is not enough to allow charter and sport boats a full season, even with the season being open 7 days a week. Since 2019, there has been approximately 100 to 200,000 pounds of quota left uncaught in Oregon and Washington. In 2022, California was estimated to have caught their full share of quota by August 4th, ending our season early. That's how good our halibut fisheries is. In 2023, California will have no ocean or river salmon season. We are also saddled with a shortened rockfish season in the northern management zone. Rock fishing closed 7 weeks early on August 21st. By increasing our share of the 2A quota, it will allow us to fish a full season. A longer season will increase the sale of California fishing licenses, keep hotels and restaurants busy, and allow bait and tackle shops to remain open. We are going to see business go under this year with all these closures. It will also keep halibut anglers who otherwise would take a short drive to Oregon to stay in California. I am asking the PFMC to please consider shifting more quota percentage of the uncaught Pacific halibut quota to California. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Harry. But both those items were on the agenda, G8 and D1. And that's probably where you probably should have testified.
Okay.
Because we're doing halibut later today.
Okay.
So,
I was told that. So do I need to come back or?
okay. Well, we do appreciate you coming here and your testimony. And with that, I'll ask if there's any questions of Harry. Mark.
Thank you, Harry, for your testimony. I just wanted to say on the one hand, to share your pain. I'm a recreational angler in California as well. The lack of fishery independent data impacts quillback and all other stocks. I do want to correct you. It's not CDFW that is responsible here. The allowed catch of quillback was set by the council based on data and information and an assessment. The data collection and assessment is, I think, led by the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. So,
and that's federal?
That's federal.
Okay.
So CDFW has to play within the constraints that have been established for that stock.
In the future, be it quailback, yellow eye, or down the copper, shut it all down. And you guys need to implement a better descending device. My descending device has two great big lead weights and a clip. It's a whole mess. The descending device that's advised by the Fish and Game is this little bitty wire. And anybody that says they're descending a 7-pound yellow eye with that little bitty wire and a lead ball is a liar. So you got to have a sophisticated, and you guys need to make that a law, a sophisticated descending device. And if they don't have it on a boat, give them a ticket. I take time. I'll shut everything down. I get a yellow eye, shut everything down. Everybody get out of the way. And I make sure they go, the quailback, most resilient fish out there. It's going to spine you before it goes back and swims away without descending. I'll guarantee probably 99.9% of quailback survive. They're that tough. I don't even want to touch their skin with my fillet knife. They're that tough. So thank you guys, ladies and gentlemen, for your time, and just do the right thing. Okay, guys.
Thank you, Harry. Okay. Oh, Marcy. Oh, Harry.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. I'm Marcy Uremko with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I just want to thank you for making the trip here to Spokane. I will respond to you regarding the state actions that were taken by our agency, and just encourage you that in your time here in Spokane, you connect with the California representatives on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. They're here meeting this week.
What time is that?
It's ongoing. It's in another room. Maybe the council staff officers can assist you with locating their room and the representatives. But I would just take the time to let you know that they are discussing recommendations to California Fish and Wildlife and to our California Fish and Game Commission regarding season modifications for 2024 in state waters surrounding quillback rockfish, and recognizing our need to attain that federally established harvest limit. So these are ongoing sidebar discussions that are occurring this week, and I'd encourage you to join those discussions and provide input to the appropriate representatives that are here at the meeting.
I'm not against of not taking quailback or yellow eye or copper, or even shut down salmon. We need to protect our resources, guys. But Crescent City is known for the abundance of rockfish. I also do whale watching. The whales love it on the St. George Reef because it's so thick with food. But if you're going to regulate something, just shut it off. This 2 months and the economic, Crescent City relies on tourist dollars, guys. It's going to cost $2 million in 2 months just for the whole community. And that's a lot of money for a tiny little community. Okay. Just take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you, Harry. That concludes public comment, and I guess open the floor for council discussion as needed. Okay. All right. Well, that would conclude public comment. And take us to C1 salmon management. Robin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you. So this is agenda item C1, the National Marine Fisheries Service report on that they give to the council a couple of times a year. So we do have NIMS here. They have a report on their regulatory items, and they'll just give us an update on what's been happening in the salmon world. So that's pretty much my overview. There's really nothing here for the council to do. Your action is just to have a informed discussion. That concludes my summary.
All right. Questions for Robin? Okay. All right, with that, I'll turn to National Marine Fisheries Service and Frank Lockhart. Frank?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been over a decade since I've sat in the seat for salmon, so just noting that, but I have people online to help me if there's any difficult questions. However, I think from what I understand, the report is in there. It's been provided to you, and it was in the briefing book. I wasn't going to speak to it in any way other than just to note its existence. And if there's any questions, I'll try to answer them, but it will probably take me some conferring with my support team online to do that. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Frank. I guess everyone's seen the information in the briefing book. So any questions for Frank on that report? Okay. I'm not seeing any advisory bodies. Any public comment? Okay. Council discussion as needed. All right. Well, that gets us back on time here, it looks like. So, Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just let the council know that we did have NIMS come and chat with both the SAS and the STT on their NIMS report. And within that report are 2 performance reviews, 2 of 3 performance reviews. And those are just a couple of items that are required under the BIOPS that are in place. All good news as far as those reviews go, and we can expect one more review from NIMS at our November meeting. That review is still ongoing. And like I said, we did have NIMS, Jeremy Jordan, brief both the SAS and the STT on that. And with that, I also have to acknowledge Jeremy Jordan, and I know that he is going to be moving on in another position, still with NIMS, but one that will take him away from the council family. So I didn't want this moment to go by without thanking Jeremy for his work in the salmon community and all of his knowledge and just his good nature. So I'm going to miss him, but wish him luck. And with that, Mr. Chair, I think you've finished your work under agenda item C1.
Okay, thank you, Robin. And with that, we'll go to C2. So.
All right, we'll keep you on schedule. So agenda item C2, that is the salmon methodology review. Here we're asking the council to just identify the topics that are ready for review. If you'll remember back in April, the council met and discussed and put forward items that merited review. And today at this meeting, we're just checking in to see of those list of items, which ones may be ready for a methodology review that typically occurs in October. So on your situation summary, you have a list of items or topics that were moved forward. I'm not going to go through them. I think our advisory reports do cover those well enough. We do suggest that the October methodology review take place on October 11th or 12th, and we have determined that that meeting will occur online, so via webinar, not a hybrid meeting, so no need to travel, and will be conducted via webinar. Under this agenda item, you do have some reference material. We have a report from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, a report from the salmon, or excuse me, the SSC, and 2 reports from the STT, and then any public comment that may arise. But with that, that concludes my overview of agenda item C2.
Okay, thanks, Robin. Questions for Robin on the overview? All right. With that, I'll turn to the California Fish and Wildlife and Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be referencing CDFW supplemental report for CDFW report 1 for agenda item C2A, report on salmon methodology review final topic selection. As described in the situation summary for this agenda item, COP 15 specifies procedures for the review and council approval of methodologies for salmon abundance and harvest projection and conservation objectives. The annual methodology review process is intended to help clarify the technical basis for the council's management actions, provides an opportunity for peer review of the technical estimation and modeling procedures to ensure the best and most objective technical analyses possible, and can be used to resolve disputes over methodology. COP 15 also provides that management entities are expected to provide early notification and documentation of anticipated changes in procedures for methodologies not under a full review in a particular year. Given that, CDFW wishes to notify the council and the advisory bodies that it has identified a need for future methodology review items that likely will require consideration and review in 2024 or beyond, noting that materials and analyses are not ready for review in 2023 and will require considerable effort to prepare. See the appended news release to the CDFW report from August 23rd of 2023, which describes the department's initial efforts at parentage-based tagging that have been implemented in 2023 toward the goal of increasing production of Sacramento River fall Chinook in 2023 over the 2022 production levels. Per the COP, during the March and April meetings or at other appropriate times, council advisory bodies are tasked with identifying methodology review issues which need documentation and or merit a full review. Examples of issues that could merit a full review include new model algorithms, methods for incorporating base data into models, forecasting methods for major Pacific Council stocks, experimental design of proposed experimental fisheries, and technical changes to stock complexes or conservation objectives. In light of these examples, the implementation of PBT will require review of a number of methods, which may include, but would not be limited to the following. 1, monitoring the survival, maturation, and exploitation rates of PBT releases. 2, estimating natural origin escapement in the presence of PBT hatchery release groups. 3, incorporation of PBT hatchery releases into an age-structured assessment for Sacramento fall Chinook. 4, possible revision of the Sacramento fall Chinook harvest control rule to account for PBT marked fish while also considering the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan's goal that artificial production programs that are designed to perpetuate and or rebuild depressed natural populations should be short-term in duration, boost the abundance of targeted natural productions over a few generations, and terminate when the population is able to sustain itself naturally. 5, impacts of PBT hatchery releases on the Sacramento Index and Sacramento Harvest Model used to forecast ocean abundance, spawner escapement, and estimate exploitation rates, which are critical to the annual fishery planning process. 6, ocean and inland sampling design needed to evaluate fishery performance in relation to the conservation objectives and harvest control rules outlined in the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions on the CDFW report? Okay. All right, next up will be the SSC report. And I believe Alan Byrne. Alan, welcome.
Morning, everyone. Thank you.
Nope, it's on.
Push. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm Alan Byrne. I will be reading the SSC statement on the salmon methodology review, the final topic selection. Michael O'Farrell from the salmon technical team and John Carey from the model evaluation group briefed the scientific and statistical committee on proposed topics for the 2023 salmon methodology review scheduled for October 11th and 12th, 2023. The topics that were adopted for potential review at the April 2023 council meeting were topic 1 was to consider technical modifications to the Sacramento River winter Chinook abundance forecast by examining whether an egg to fry covariate can improve forecast performance. And this was assigned to the National Marine Fisheries Service, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. The topic 2 was to review and consider improvements to methods used to model south of Falcon fisheries in the Chinook fishery regulation assessment model, commonly referred to as FRAM. This was assigned to the MU. Topic 3 was to explore alternative approaches for the Oregon Production Index hatchery coho forecast. This was assigned to the Oregon Production Index technical team. Topic 4 was to explore alternative forecast approaches for the Sacramento Index forecast. Kind of redundant. This was assigned to the STT. And topic 5 was FRAM documentation, an update on FRAM documentation that was done in the past year. And that was assigned to the MU. Michael O'Farrell and John Carey report that topics 1, 2, and 3 will be ready for review in October. Topic 4, alternative forecast approaches for the Sacramento Index will not be ready for review. However, the SSC recommends that this topic be reviewed in 2024. There is new FRAM documentation content, topic number 5. However, the SSC views this as an informational report on progress made this year, and it does not require a rigorous review. Materials submitted for review should be technically sound, comprehensive, clearly documented, and identified by author or authors. Material to be reviewed should be submitted by September 25th, 2023. If this deadline cannot be met, it is the responsibility of the authors to contact Marlene Bellman and Robin Elke of council staff, the SSC Salmon Subcommittee Chair, and the STT Chair prior to the deadline, so arrangements can be made in a timely and cost-effective manner. The SSC plans to review reports on these topics at the November 2023 council meeting and report back to you. In the event of a federal government shutdown, it may be difficult to complete the methodology review prior to the November council meeting. The SSC does not recommend attempting to hold a methodology review without federal employees present. If the review cannot be held prior to the November council meeting, it may not be possible to incorporate any methodology changes for use in the 2024 salmon management cycle. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Alan. Questions on the SSC report? I'm not seeing any. Alan, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up will be Dr. O'Farrell. Mike, are you there?
I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be referring to agenda item C2A, Supplemental STT Report 1 on methodology review, final topic selection. At the April 2023 council meeting, the council identified 5 topics for methodology review in 2023. We list the same list that the SSC just walked through, so unless you tell me otherwise, I think I'll skip that. And just say that the STT discussed progress made on each of these topics and expect that topics 1, 2, and 3 will be ready for the October 2023 methodology review meeting. Topic 4 will not be ready for review in 2023. And for topic 5, the STT anticipates that a report describing recent updates to FRAM documentation will be available for discussion at the methodology review. That concludes our statement.
Okay. Questions for the STT on report 1? Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. I just had one question on the OPI item number 3. I know this was something that was on the list a couple of years ago and didn't get much momentum, but my understanding is it did get some momentum. There was a fair amount of work put in by ODFW staff and WDFW staff to bring something forward. But what they're bringing forward is sort of a evaluation of the current forecast method and some alternative methods and a look at various performance metrics for those. It's not a recommendation for a new forecast. Is that understanding correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, that is my understanding as well. Yeah, I think you summarized that. Well, I have the same. Well, how do I say that? I agree with the characterization that you just said.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Kyle. Further questions for the STT report 1? Okay, not see any. All right, Mike, report 2.
Okay. One moment, please. Okay. Yes, I'll be referring to agenda item C2A, supplemental STT report 2, salmon methodology review, final topic selection, comments on California Department of Fish and Wildlife experimental heritage-based tag hatchery releases. The STT discussed the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report that identifies potential future methodology review items resulting from experimental releases of unmarked and untagged fry and initial efforts to implement parentage-based tagging for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The STT provides the following comments. The STT has been made aware of recent hatchery releases of unmarked with no adipose fin clip and untagged, no coated wire tag, Sacramento River Fall Chinook fry in the Sacramento Basin. It is our understanding that some of these releases will be genetically tagged that could allow for tag recovery using PBT, parentage-based tagging. By sampling the genetics of the parent pair, the DNA of the resulting offspring is known and can be identified upon recovery using genetic tools. While the stock and age data provided from PBT can be generally comparable to the stock and age data currently provided from coated wire tags, at this point it is unclear how this new data can be incorporated and what new sampling procedures may be needed to be developed for PBT to play a role in the Council's salmon management regime. To date, unmarked, untagged PBT fry releases of Sacramento River Fall Chinook have consisted of approximately 1.8 million fish released in 2022 and more than 3 million fish released in 2023. There are proposals to substantially increase such releases to values in the tens of millions. While the benefit of releasing fish as fry with no visual or internal marks instead of smolts with visual marks or coated wire tags may allow hatchery managers to increase overall production and have greater flexibility in release strategies, this new tagging strategy can have substantial implications for the Council's stock assessment and management. The STT has not had the opportunity to fully evaluate the feasibility of incorporating PBT data into existing models used for assessment and fishery planning. Furthermore, it is unclear if coordinated monitoring plans can be in place to recover and process data associated with PBT. A very initial assessment of potential issues with incorporating a PBT tagging program follows. One is regarding abundance forecasting. Abundance forecasts for Sacramento River Fall Chinook could become less accurate if maturation rates change markedly as a result of expanded fry releases. 2, estimation of exploitation rates. The release of unmarked and untagged fry releases may hamper the ability to implement cohort reconstructions for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. If a comprehensive PBT sampling plan is not in place for all relevant marine and freshwater areas, the ability to distinguish between hatchery and natural origin fish is reduced, which complicates the development of cohort reconstructions. 3, ocean and inland monitoring. Genetic samples of unmarked fish must be collected at every recovery location that is currently sampled for coated wire tags. This would require extensive changes to sampling methodology in California and Oregon's ocean fisheries, as well as sampling programs, inland sport fisheries, hatcheries, and natural escapement surveys throughout the Central Valley. Number 4, lab processing. The high volume of genetic samples resulting from comprehensive monitoring would need to be processed on an extremely tight timeline to be available for the beginning of the fisheries planning process in January. 5, database management. Either a new database would need to be created or existing data structures augmented to support the collection, synthesis, and sharing of these data. Since unmarked and untagged PBT fish have already been released into the system, these fish would have likely appeared in 2023 ocean harvest fisheries, had 2023 ocean harvest fisheries been executed, acknowledging that there are 2023 ocean fisheries allowing Chinook retention in Oregon. It is unclear whether adequate sampling plans for PBT are in place for inland sampling for the 2023 return. The STT has had very little time to discuss the assessment and management implications of unmarked and untagged and unmarked and PBT releases of Sacramento River Fall Chinook. More work will be needed to be done to fully assess the effects on the council salmon management process. And that concludes our statement.
Report 2, STT. Pete?
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Good morning, Dr. O'Farrell. Just a couple questions, maybe one or two, and not being critical of the STT, but I respect the statements that at this point it's unclear how the data can be incorporated, and the STT has not had the opportunity to fully evaluate it. The question really is PBT in this realm. I have a long history with PBT, but it was in I'll just characterize it as a past life. And so I'm fairly familiar with it, but I understand the questions the STT had there. Do you feel the STT it is ready to have the discussions about those impacts, or is there additional expertise that would benefit the STT? And I'm thinking about broader collaboration or coordination. I know, again, from my past life, PSMFC, had a MARC committee where there was broad regional coordination. So maybe the question is just, if you had the time, if the STT had the time, do you feel that you've got the right assemblage of folks and expertise to discuss it, or do you need to reach out a little further? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think that the STT would greatly benefit from some outside help trying to understand and learn how to implement PBT at large scales. I know efforts are going on outside of the council process within the agency that I work for and others. But this is the first time that the STT has, as a whole, has become aware of this and has had to confront some of these issues. But overall, I think if this is something that is going to need to be implemented, PBT is going to be implemented, and we're going to have to, as the STT, respond and modify models and the approaches that we use. I do think that we would benefit greatly from some outside help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Further questions for the STT? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. I'm looking at the third paragraph of the report, I think it is, and noting the benefit of releasing fish as fry with no visual or internal marks instead of smolts with visual marks or cold wire tags may allow hatchery managers to increase overall production and have greater flexibility in release strategies. This new tagging strategy can have substantial implication for the council salmon stock assessment and management. And thinking about this, ideally increasing production, having some higher harvest rates, also dealing with PBT. Did you talk at all about potential impacts on co-occurring listed stocks and monitoring of how we're going to do that properly?
Ms. Wrighty, we did not have discussions about that. Our discussions were limited to how do we incorporate these potentially unmarked, untagged fish or tagged with genetic tag fish into our assessment approaches, and we weren't really thinking about the management implications, I suppose, of other stocks at this time.
Thank you, Corey. Further questions? Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michael, for being with us here this morning. Looking at your report, believe it's paragraph 3, where you reference fry releases of approximately 1.8 million fish in 2022 and more than 3 million fish released in 2023. Referring back to the CDFW report, the press release that was appended to the CDFW report referenced the department's first effort at releasing PBT marked fish, and that was 1 million fish released in February into the American River. So you've cited here in the STT report additional fish, it looks like 1.8 million for 2022 and a total of 3 million for 2023. Maybe you can explain to us how the STT was made aware of these releases and how we might work to improve coordination or communications to ensure that you're receiving the full suite of information on planned releases.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Naruko. I may not be able to adequately answer this question. I think I did not bring these numbers forward to the STT, and I can't remember exactly who on the STT and who did that and how did they come up with those numbers. I do know that maybe the discrepancy has to do with the fact that there is a federal hatchery, Coleman National Fish Hatchery, that is our understanding is releasing fry as well. So I'm afraid I can't, without a little help, perhaps directly answer your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? John?
Thank you, Chair. A question for Dr. O'Farrell. When reviewing the report, it seems like over half of all the text is cautionary statements about implementing PBT releases, yet we're now hearing that there's multiple years that it's already occurred. So could you reflect on the tone or the significance of the statements in the report? Some of them seem fairly substantial to overcome.
Mr. North, yes. I think that there are some substantial concerns that the STT has, and that's what we discussed in our meeting a couple of days ago. One of the large challenges that we see is the sampling burden that would be associated with genetic sampling of a large number of fish, in particular, where there's no external mark indicating that the fish is of hatchery origin. That would be even though that's not necessarily the realm of the STT, but acknowledging that that is a real world problem that might be difficult to overcome without substantial changes to monitoring programs. There are the modeling issues which need to be more fully worked out. And that's something that, we have just begun starting to think about. And one question that remains unanswered is when the data from the previous salmon season would be available to be used for the stock assessment and management process. As you know, and others know in the council, there's a very short turnaround between the end of the fisheries and the processing of the data from those fisheries and escapement estimates, and the beginning of the process of updating our harvest models and making an abundance forecast and so forth. And so we do have concerns about being able to do the tasks that we do routinely on an annual basis if the timing of the data is radically changed.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Anyone else? All right. Okay, Mike, I think I see no hands, so good hearing your voice. And with that, that'll complete the reports and take us to public comment. Oh, and we have zero. And I'd just like to mention that people kind of smelling maybe something burning in the room. It's understanding they just turned the heaters on somewhere and it's just in the dust, whatever. So we'll keep you monitored on that, but just it's never good to smell something burning in a hotel. So, but I think we're good for now. With that, open for council discussion. Pete?
Thank you, Chair Penninger. I'll start it off. I don't know if it's an easy one, but it's a non-action one since we just finished talking about the PBT piece of it. I appreciate California bringing it to our attention there. As I mentioned, I have quite an experience. I know Mr. Oatman has quite some experience in the Snake River Basin and my colleagues from Idaho. That being, for quite a number of years, every hatchery salmon and steelhead released in the Snake Basin, and I believe it's still true, above Lower Granite Dam is marked through parentage-based tagging. So that's in excess of 20 million juveniles per year. It's well coordinated and it's a very powerful program for what it is doing and the objectives in that basin. It's a little hard for me to put my head around, what's the ultimate goal is here. From what I'm reading is it gives the opportunity to increase production by releasing fish at an earlier age or a smaller size when applying external marks would be a problem of a fin clip or something like that. That's just my initial assessment of what's happening. And so as I look at it, it's not parentage-based tagging that's the issue, because looking at the American River example, 1 million fish and sorting out natural origin returns from hatchery, it could be a very successful in that application. But in the broader sense, when we look at these models and there are non-externally marked salmon that are coming back, how that impacts these other programs and forecasting is a little bit fuzzy. So I think based on that, it will take some time for the STT to work through this and think about all those impacts and what the intent of the program is. I'm not telling California what to do in those programs, but from the council perspective, how does the release of non-marked fish impact these other programs? And could the PBT data be captured and brought into the models is a very important piece that in my mind, it's new. And this idea that the STT might need some broader outside help to understand these programs and how those work. So I don't know how to put it together, but I think we have to think very hard about it and give the STT considerable time to do that when their plate is already full. And again, that goes back to appreciate the early heads up from California that, that this is coming because some of those fish are out there. So I'll stop there with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Further discussion? Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say I support the 4 items that the STT identified as being ready to move forward. Maybe starting with the easier of the 2, I'll speak to the FRAM documentation. This has been a recurring thing that maybe fits methodology review, maybe it doesn't, but there's probably not a better opportunity for the MU to bring forward the progress that's been made each year. Over the summer, Angelica Hagenbro, who actually retired from WDFW, spent her last weeks working on the pieces that'll come forward this year, and another WDFW staff member will be prepared to present those in October. On the OPI forecast, you might have gathered from my question of Dr. O'Farrell, I'm not exactly sure what that group will have ready by the September 25th deadline. They've done a lot of work and have a way to assess different forecast methods, but I don't know that they'll have a recommendation for a forecast method. They could, but that's less than 2 weeks away, and they've got work to do just to document what they've done to have it ready for methodology review. So not sure exactly what will be ready, but there could be a case that arises where they have this sort of assessment ready, and it could become clear that there's a better forecast method than what we're using. It just might not get identified until we get into methodology review. So come November, I'm not sure what we'll have to look at. If we haven't put a new method through review, I don't know what we would do with the information that here are a couple methods that work better than what's already been approved through methodology review. So just flagging that we might need some follow-up discussion in November, depending on what actually goes through review and what comes out of that.
Okay, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to flag the SSC report and appreciate their consideration of the topics that the STT brought to them that will be ready for review. Those are the first 3. And then the SSC references that they recommend that the topic be reviewed in 2024. So essentially keep it on the list so that when it's ready for review next time, hopefully next year, it's there for us. I would also, I guess, ask council staff with regard to the planned meeting in October. SSC references the potential for the federal government shutdown and what should happen in the event that that occurs. I'm also wondering if the planned meeting for October is a virtual meeting and that it's expected that NIMS employees will be able to participate in the meeting should the government not incur a shutdown.
Is that a question for Rob? Okay.
Partially for Robin, partially for Frank. I'm just interested in federal participation and if the meeting is scheduled for the dates and if it's remote.
Frank?
Assuming that there's not a furlough and a shutdown, then I think that federal employees would be able to participate remotely. I don't have the specific people. I haven't contacted the specific people about that, but I have no problems that have been identified to me that there's any problem with them attending.
Okay, Robin? You have anything else?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add that we do plan to have the October methodology review held via webinar. So there would be no need to travel, and that was to accommodate a potential, not federal shutdown, but a travel ban in the month of October for federal employees. So we've accommodated that well. And then just further going into if there is a federal shutdown, which was part of the SSC report, what the plans for that might be. And we won't know, obviously, until later, but I would assume that the methodology review meeting would be postponed until such a date that all the members could participate, including federal employees. So I hope that helps answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. It does. Okay. Marcy? Okay. All right. Anyone else? All right. Robin, I'll turn to you to see how we're doing on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your task today was just to identify the topics that are ready to move forward. And just looking at the SITSUM, the first three items will move forward. And then item 5, just the documentation of the FRAM model as well. We will not be discussing item 4 regarding the Sacramento Index. We've identified that the October review meeting date will be held October 11 and 12, and we will do that via webinar, so no need to travel. This meeting may be delayed or potentially postponed if there is indeed a federal shutdown, which would not allow for federal employees to participate. So with that, I think you've well, I'll also just say that you acknowledge the report of CDFW and STT regarding PBT. I think that is a conversation everybody wants to continue, and I hope it does occur in the near future. So with that on your radar and your discussion on the topics ready, I think you've done your work under this agenda item.
Okay. Well, thank you, Robin, and thank everyone for some really good discussion on the council floor here. And Pete, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a closing comment. I hope this is appropriate time. I appreciate Robin mentioning accommodating that there's references to it as the federal shutdown, which I believe is related just to the budget, whether or not Congress passes a budget or a continuing resolution. And Mr. Lockhart mentioned, you know, are they furloughed that they can't participate? But we heard yesterday there, and I think this is guaranteed, but maybe not, a federal blackout where from October 1 through 24, no Department of Commerce employees can travel anywhere if it's not mission essential or critical. So as we go through the rest of the meeting, it might be, so we don't get wrapped up too much about thinking, are we doing virtual or in-person meetings, that the month of October, I think, you better consider if there are federal employees, it's going to be virtual. And maybe you can verify that that is the rule.
Yes, that is the rule, and it has already affected several meetings that we've been discussing. So yes, it is a fairly strict rule. They are being very strict on providing exemptions, and like you said, kind of mission essential or critical kind of terminology is being used. So just regular meetings like generally we're talking about here would not qualify for that. So if federal employees are needed in October, it's going to have to be virtual participation.
Thank you, Pete, for that clarification. Okay, that takes care of C2, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, Vice Chair Hassemer will have the gavel. So.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
One and 1/2 minute warning. 90 seconds, please. Clock is ticking. We're down to 1 minute. Please move back to your seats. All right, thank you all. We're back here ready to begin on agenda item C3 or salmon item on FMP Amendment 24. And I will turn the microphone over to Robin Elke to give us the introduction. Robin, please proceed.
I'm here. I got to get my little mouse to work to unclick my mute button, but welcome back.
We can hear you now.
Awesome. Okay. So this is, like you said, agenda item C3. We're going to talk about the Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan, Amendment 24, and clarifications to the section on Southern Resident Killer Whale threshold. So an administrative amendment is being considered for Section 668 of the Killer Whale Management Measures. The purpose is just to clarify the technical process that reviews and updates the Chinook abundance threshold. There's no proposed changes to methodology or analysis within this amendment. And as a side note, because we're going to be cracking open the amendment to potentially make an administrative amendment, there might be other minor and clerical edits that we could take the opportunity to include as well. So just a little bit of background. Back in 2020, FMP Amendment 21 was put into place that included these killer whale management measures. Part of that was the use of a Chinook abundance threshold. The threshold is calculated using two different models, and both of those models are periodically updated. So the council understood that the threshold would need to be recalculated if the updates to the models made it were enough to change the current threshold. And so within the FMP language, the council included a description of what the process would look like to review the models and their updates, and then report any changes that might occur to the threshold because of those updates. So it just so happened that we did have to conduct that technical review in April of 22. And as we were doing that, we just realized that the language describing the process and the roles and responsibilities and the appropriate depth of the review were unclear. So the council asked NIMS and council staff to provide proposed changes to the language in the FMP so that things were a little bit more clear. And so that information, the proposed language, is provided in attachment 1. And so your action under this agenda item is to adopt for public review this draft language for FMP Amendment 24 regarding Section 668, and then provide any guidance for any other administrative edits that may be needed. For your reference for material, we do have the attachment 1, which is essentially the proposed new language, and also includes on the bottom of page 2 what the original language says. And we also have a couple of advisory body reports here. We have the SST report and the STT report. And so I'd like to just take a minute and walk you through a little bit of the attachment 1, which is the proposed language. So attachment 1 essentially really expands on the threshold and how it was determined, what it's based on, how it's calculated. Just working with NIMS on this, it seemed appropriate to provide a greater amount of information here so that our readers would have at least a good idea of how things are without having to go back and refer to a lot of other documents and fish around for that. So we tried to make it succinct, but then also informative for the readers that may come upon this section in the future. The language also talks about, what the process is going to be in case of model updates. It does describe that for updates to the FRAM model, that the STT will inform the council of those updates. And for any updates to the Shelton et al. Model, the West Coast region from NIMS will be informing the council of any of those updates. And from that point, then the STT will and can recalculate the threshold, and that the STT will recalculate the threshold, and then let the council know of any change, and then the council will consider making a change to that threshold. There is also some language in there of when it might be appropriate to inform folks of the updates. The model updates should be provided well in advance of the November meeting. That would give everyone time to look at the updates, recalculate the threshold, and then by the November meeting, have that information ready for the council consideration. Because as you know, typically the council likes to have all of their information known in November and considered and discussed so that when we get to the preseason salmon process in March, all of that information has already been discussed and we're ready to go. So no surprises, if you will. So that pretty much covers, just a brief overview of the kind of language that is in attachment 1. And again, your job here is to adopt this language for public review. The plan would be to come back most likely in November to make final adoption of the revised language. And that concludes my summary on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Are there questions for Robin on the overview? And I'm not seeing any questions, so that'll take us to our management and advisory body reports. First up, we'll have the SSC. Alan Byrne is here to deliver that. Welcome back to the table, Alan. Good. It's later in the morning, so I will be reading the SSC statement on agenda item C3A, the report on our Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan Amendment 24 for Southern Resident Killer Whale Chinook threshold calculations. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed the proposed administrative amendment to the Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan, Section 6.6.8, the Southern Resident Killer Whale Management Measures. The SSC agrees that the description of how the threshold is calculated, the first 4 sentences in the second paragraph of the proposed new amendment, is complete and reproducible and is an improvement over the previous language. The SSC recommends that the last 2 sentences of the second paragraph, which begin with, quote, "these particular years were chosen because," be deleted and replaced with a link to the relevant Southern Resident Killer Whale Work Group reports that, these appeared in the Council 2020 Agenda Item C3 Attachment 1 and November 2020 Agenda Item F2.A Work Group Report 1. The justification for the threshold is complex and difficult to adequately characterize in a few sentences. The SSC identified the need for a minor change to the language in the third paragraph. Updates to the FRAM model will be reported by should be changed to updates to the FRAM will be reported by. The SSC highlights a potential mismatch in the recommended timelines for finalizing the threshold value, which may have negative consequences in some years. The proposed language recommends that recalculated threshold values be ready for the Pacific Fishery Management Council consideration at the November meeting. However, co-managers continue the work on the FRAM improvements for harvest management until January or later the following year. If changes are made to FRAM and are not incorporated into the threshold calculation, the preseason FRAM output will not be in the same currency as the threshold. This could lead to the threshold either not fulfilling the objective of leaving prey for the Southern Resident Killer Whales or unnecessarily constraining fisheries. And that concludes our statement. Thank you, Alan. Are there questions on the SSC report? Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. On the last paragraph, you mentioned a potential mismatch. Was there any discussion of a way to resolve that?
Well, we didn't really discuss a way. I mean, this is kind of an administrative procedure, so the council doesn't, SSC doesn't like to tell the council how to do administrative stuff. I think our main concern was that the way the timeline is set up, that there's a potential to use an older version of FRAM to recalculate the threshold values and then changes made to the FRAM for the pre-season fisheries management planning. So you would have two different FRAM models being used to make these calculations. And, how to fix that, I think that's up to the administrative side of things.
Right. Thank you. Further questions on the SSC report? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Alan.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
And next we'll move to the STT report. Dr. O'Farrell is online. Dr. O'Farrell, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be referring to agenda item C3A, Supplemental STT Report 1, a Salmon Technical Team Report on Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan Amendment 24, Southern Resident Killer Whale Chinook Threshold Clarifications. The STT discussed the proposed revision to Section 6.6.8 of the Pacific Salmon Fishery Management Plan, as described in agenda item C3, Attachment 1. We recommend the following modification intended to provide an additional description and citation for the Shelton et al. Model. Modify the following sentence to include additional text highlighted in bold. I'll read the sentence. Chinook abundance estimates in TS1 are calculated using two models as described in the Council's ad hoc SRKW Workgroup Report, PFMC 2020, the Fishery Regulation Assessment Model, FRAM, and a spatial distribution model whose initial development is described in Shelton et al. 2019, which are both periodically updated. This modification would also require including the following citation for Shelton et al. 2019 in the literature cited in the FMP. And below that, we provide the citation with associated DOI to facilitate finding this paper online. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. Any questions on the STT report? Virgil Moore.
Dr. Farrell, do you feel there are any conflicts between the previous report by Alan Byrne and what you just reported from your committee?
Thank you for the question. In listening to the report from the SSC, I did not note any conflicts with the STT's report, but I can't say that completely definitively, I guess.
All right, thank you. Further questions on the STT report? And I don't see any. So again, thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. So that completes our reports. I need to look very quickly. We have no public comment signups. So that will take us to council discussion. I'm going to look around for any hand. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks to those who were involved in drafting the language in Attachment 1 for replacement language for the killer whale section of the FMP. I think it is very helpful. It will eliminate some of the confusion we had in the 2023 planning process, as we realized maybe the language from the original version wasn't quite as clear as we thought it was. Speaking to the STT and SSC reports, appreciate the suggestion from the STT of adding a more specific reference to the Shelton paper. I think that makes a lot of sense. The people involved all know what we're talking about when we say the Shelton paper, but adding that reference and adding that to the literature cited is a good clarification. Speaking to the points made by the SSC, I went back and forth in my head on those two sentences in the second paragraph, but I think it's good to have them there. It does summarize a lot of information in two sentences. But I think it's good that people can just go to the FMP and see, okay, that's the logic for that decision. And then if they want to go look into those other references, they can. But I like having that language there. Good point on FRAM model. We all get used to saying FRAM model, but it's a little redundant because the model is in the acronym. So that is a good point. The bigger issue, I think, is that November timeline and what the timing of FRAM changes might be coming from the co-managers. There could be changes that come in December, January. If we know there are changes coming, we would know that they're likely coming by November, so we could alert the council that there may be some FRAM changes between now and March. If not, then great, we can go ahead and sign off on the rollover of the threshold with no change. It's a fairly small group of people that do that work, and a fairly small group of people that would have to do the work to calculate a new threshold. So I would hope that if we were in a situation where there were going to be FRAM changes forthcoming after the November meeting, that we could flag that and the council could revisit it in March once all that work could be done.
Thank you. Further discussion? I'm not seeing any hands, and we do need a motion on this to release this for review. So Kyle.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion. I move that the council adopt for public review the draft language for Amendment 24 to the Pacific Coast Salmon Management Plan as presented in Agenda Item C3, Attachment 1, with the following modifications. In the first sentence of the third paragraph, replace "and Shelton et al." with "and a spatial distribution model whose initial development is described in Shelton et al. 2019." And in the second sentence of the third paragraph, delete the word "model" from FRAM model.
Thank you. The language on this screen is accurate and complete?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second? Phil Anderson seconds. Go ahead and speak to your motion as necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't think there's really need to say much more than what I said during council discussion. I will just add that I didn't put it in the motion, but obviously this would require adding that reference to the literature cited section of the FMP.
All right. Thank you. Questions for the maker of the motion? And I'm not seeing any questions on it, so discussion on the motion. And it appears to be very clear to everyone, so not seeing any hands for discussion. I will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And Robin, I'm going to turn to you and ask if there is any further work on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No further work needed. The council has reviewed the proposed language. They've heard from your advisory bodies. They've adopted a motion for public review that includes some of the recommendations from those advisory bodies, and we'll move this forward for public review and discuss it again come November.
All right, thank you very much. That can close out that agenda item. And with that, we will move to D1, the Pacific Halibut, the preliminary catch sharing plan and regulations. And I believe there are going to be some seat changes here. So I will just pause briefly. As we're getting organized, I see Lynn Mattis has joined us in the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife seat, Heather Hall in the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife seat, and Josh Lindsay in the NIMF seat. So welcome the three of you, some of you to the table for the first time and some back to the table. And with that, Robin, I will let you go ahead and give us the overview on this agenda item.
All right. Excuse me. Well, thank you again. We're moving to our halibut item, agenda item D1. This is the preliminary catch sharing plan and annual regulations for implementation in 2024 or later. Here at the September meeting, consistent with our council operating plan 9, we discuss any changes that may come up for the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan and any annual regulations. That type of information is included in attachments 1 and 2 for you. Typically, the changes proposed are related to the the halibut recreational season structures, and more recently it has included the non-tribal commercial salmon season for that directed halibut fisheries. And as we know, other changes may be proposed, including allocation changes among area or sectors. So with that, the council is also discussing some of the scoping items that were moved forward from our June 2023 meeting. And those items are included in the additional attachments as well. We have attachment 3, which speaks to proposed changes for the description of the management objectives. We have attachment 4, which talks about providing more flexibility in the catch sharing plan so that we can better access the overall area to a halibut quota. And attachment 5 talks about analyzing options to move quota from the Washington and Oregon sport fisheries to the California halibut sport fishery. And finally, we have attachment 6, which addresses potential changes that were recommended by our enforcement consultants. Also under this agenda item, we have 2 NIMS reports that first talk about some of the items. It talks about the catch to date for the 2023 halibut fishery. And then the second report discusses some of the regulatory actions they've taken for the halibut fisheries over the course of 2023, or at least in prep and also in preparation for the 2023 season. And so under this agenda item, and it's a big one, the council is slated to adopt for public review the proposed changes to the current catch sharing plan and the annual fishery regulations for 2024. And then the final action for establishing these 2024 Pacific halibut fisheries is scheduled for November of 2023. And any items that can't be fully resolved or addressed by our November 2023 meeting, we'll continue work on those things over the winter and spring with the goal of revisiting them in June of 2024 and hope to get them ready for implementation in 2025. So I've explained your council action. Essentially, we want to adopt some things for public review relative to the catch sharing plan and regulations. Excuse me. You do have a list of attachments in front of you as well. I've walked through those a bit, but they do include 6 different attachments. I do have a PowerPoint that cover 4 of those 6 attachments. And like I said, you have 2 NIMS reports. You also have 2 ODFW reports and 2 Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife reports. And we have a supplemental California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. And from our advisory bodies, we have the reports from the GAP, the SAS, and the EC, the enforcement consultants. So I think that wraps up my summary of items here for you and what your action is. So that completes my summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I'll just look around to see if there are any questions on the overview. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The last sentence in the situation summary regarding items that cannot be resolved or fully addressed by November 2023 and the plan for work to continue over the winter and spring. I know a lot will happen between now and our November final action, but can you maybe explain how it will become clear which items are ripe for final adoption in November versus those that will be held over winter to revisit for beyond 2024.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Ramko. Excuse me. I think as we continue our discussion today, we'll kind of have an idea of what might or might not be ready for November 2023 final action. In my mind, I picture that we'll go ahead and adopt for public review the items that certainly we want to get in place. When we do adopt those items, we may be able to say, yeah, we figured it out. We need more work on this. Doubt if we're going to be able to do much more between now and November. So it may carry over, but it would signal to staff and the folks involved that, yes, we're going to continue work on that. So some topics we may know as we complete this discussion, and even if and when they get adopted for public review. Some other topics, it may not be until we get to November where we're able to say, we tried to do more work on this. We didn't quite get there. And so the suggestion would be that we, not adopt for final because we're not ready, and, say that in November, but again, keep that on the list of items that we will continue work on. So I hope that answered your question okay.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. It's a start. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further questions on the overview? Phil Anderson.
Yeah, just continuing along with that topic. It seems like to me there's a third category, potentially a third category of things that we did work on. We weren't able to resolve, but we do not intend to continue work over the winter or spring. So it just seems to me there's some that we can resolve and get in place and move forward, some that we may need to have some additional time to work through, and there may be some that we work on and conclude that that's as far as we want to go.
Thank you, Phil. Other questions on the overview? And I am not seeing any hands. So Robin, before you start your presentation, I just want to alert everyone that we're scheduled for a lot of time here. We have a lot of reports. We will likely take our lunch break after Robin completes her overview and PowerPoint presentation here. So we're aware that we need to take that break. So Robin, you can go ahead then with your presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to attempt to share screen. And there's my presentation. All right, let's see. I'm assuming you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so again, this PowerPoint just kind of helps the council walk through mainly the scoping items. So as we go through this, we'll talk about the scoping items that were moved forward in June. The council is also going to want to consider some of those more traditional scoping items, the sport seasons for 2024, the directed fishery season for 2024, and of those things that warrant further consideration, adopt them for public review. So some of the items that were identified in June 2023 for the non-tribal fisheries are found in Attachment 3 for the management objectives, Attachment 4 for flexibility in season. The Attachment 5 discusses the sport allocation shifts, and Attachment 6 discusses the regulatory proposals for change. So moving into attachment 3, this is our management objectives. Back in June, the council asked that the management objectives be updated and improved where needed, and that each of the fisheries or sub areas that had a sub-allocation would indeed have a management objective described. So in attachment 3, in strikeout language, you'll see changes to 5 different sections of the catch sharing plan. They're mostly all administrative and are intended to provide consistency and clarification. For the commercial fisheries, there are some proposed changes that, again, just improve consistency and better describe the purpose of the landing restrictions. And for the sports sections, the proposed changes just enhance the current language or include new language, but nothing, no major changes. For attachment 4, the flexibility, the task was to expand the catch sharing plan's flexible in-season management provisions to allow transfer of projected unused quota between all Washington, Oregon, and California recreational subareas and commercial sectors after August 15. So again, in track changes in attachment 4, you'll see proposed changes to 10 different sections. The edits provided are for clarification and updates and consistency in existing text. So there's that one side of the proposed changes. And then the other side of the proposed changes deal with the addition of, to address the concept of having a trigger date of August 15 to access the Area 2A quota. So, some edits were made to just make the catch sharing plan better overall. And then other edits were made to address the concept of having a trigger date and developing protocol on what to do and how it would occur if you had a trigger date, which was August 15. So there's a couple of options, I guess, for attachment 4 on the flexibility. You could take no action and not incorporate a August 15 trigger date, or option 2 would develop protocol for action, after an August 15 date. I understand that, certainly these options can be expanded, the dates can change and all of that, but just staying focused on the task that was given in June, those were the options described. The non-tribal allocation portion is found in attachment 5. We were tasked with considering proposals to adjust the current halibut allocation structure for Area 2A sport fisheries along the coast of Washington, Oregon, and California. This attachment and this concept has probably gotten the most attention, and I'll have to say involved some confusion in actually trying to articulate or describe what the actual options were and how they were different from one another. But essentially, the council asked us to look at 2 different methods to shift allocation from California or to California from Washington and Oregon. You either just make that change when you're distributing the allocation at the first tier, which is at the non-tribal level, or you apply a change at the second step of the distribution, which is once the number of pounds of fish have already been allocated to those 3 individual sport fisheries. So with the 2 methods, then that ended up being 4 different options to analyze how to shift allocation to California. There was options to shift 1% and 2%, or 0.5% and 1% from Washington and Oregon, respectively, using the 2 methods. And finally, all of these options would apply, or changes would apply only in years when the total area 2A FCEY, or the total allowed allocation for area 2A, was either 1.5 million pounds or greater, or 1.3 million pounds or greater. So just giving you a recap on where we are for the catch sharing plan. You know, the current 2A non-tribal allocation sharing plan, the structure of it has been in place since 2015. And most of the non-tribal sectors include multiple fisheries with their own sub-area quota. So when we first get the Area 2 allocation, it's first shared 35-65 between the non-tribal, well, between the tribal and the non-tribal fisheries. And then that 65% of the allowable pounds of harvest are shared within these four main components first. And then each one of these components may, you know, split out whatever is available among their other fisheries or sub areas. And I think one important thing to remember as we're having these discussions, you know, all the way through, is that when we talk about Washington sport, the initial allocation for Washington sport includes any allowance that may be made for the commercial sablefish fishery. So 35% goes to Washington sport, and if certain criteria is met, then, you know, either 50 or 70,000 pounds of fish are shifted from Washington sport to the commercial sablefish fishery. So do just keep in mind that the Washington sport numbers have not yet excluded any allowance for the commercial sablefish fishery. This is a graph we should all be familiar with. This is, I think it's attachment 2. Again, it just kind of spells out what I was just talking about. We get our allocation from IPHC. We share it 35-65. The first cut we make is among these four main groups: commercial, Washington, Oregon, and California. And once the amount is shifted over to each of these four main groups, then they further shift allocation or assign allocation to their individual sub areas or fisheries. So when we talk about the non-tribal sport allocation, again, some of the components we've just kind of walked through. We have two different methods, either distributing the change at the non-tribal level or at the sport fishery level. We have two scenarios on how to move the amount of allocation around, either 1% and 2% from Washington and Oregon, or 0.5% and 1% from Washington and Oregon for California. And again, two conditions would apply, or those changes would apply only when either there was 1.5 million pounds or more, or 1.3 million pounds or more. So a lot of moving parts in this analysis. I think one of the biggest sticking points that we had just moving through and talking about the allocation and how it, you know, how much it was, you know, as far as, you know, a percent or an amount of pounds, was because there was two different methods, and that caused some confusion. And so I've been trying to find the best way to help people understand where the differences lie. And so this, I hope, is helpful. It's helped some, but not all people really understand where the math is occurring. So method 1 takes or moves allocation from one place to another at this non-tribal level. So this has 2023 data in it. And so in 2023, the non-tribal Area 2A allowance was 988,000 pounds. And we take those pounds and of course, there's that fourth block up here that's not included because it's not part of the picture, but we have the commercial block up here, which would be the fourth block that was 30%. But the other percentages just deal with these Washington, Oregon, and California fisheries. And so the allocation shift would come here at this point. 35% of 988,000 would go to Washington, but if you shifted allocation away, you would lower that, let's just say, to 34%. And so since that would be a lower number, less fish would be here and more fish would be down here in California. So essentially you're moving a percent of allocation from a bigger number at first. So 2% of 988,000, let's just say, as opposed to method 2, where you are moving a percent of allocation once it's already been distributed to this sport fishery side. So let's say 2% of 351,000, which is a smaller number than what 2% of 988,000 is. So that may or may not have been helpful, but in here and in the report for under attachment 5, we've tried to explain that so that people can understand where the differences are and why they have a different amount. So again, options 1 and 2 are essentially the same in that they move a non-tribal from the non-tribal portion, but just different percents. And options 3 and 4 take the allocation amount from at the sport fishery level and just move a different amount of percent at that stage of the allocation shift. And then just speaking briefly on the Area 2A FCEY, you'll recall that, the criteria is that these changes would apply only in years when there was 1.5 million or 1.3 million pounds available for the total Area 2A. And so we looked back and found that over the past 20 years, the FCEY has ranged anywhere from 800,000 pounds up to 1.5 million pounds and has averaged about 1.2 million pounds between 2004 and 2023. So in the past 20 years, it's been greater than equal to or greater 1.5 million pounds 4 times and 1.3 million pounds 10 times. And the information, again, I've tried to indicate that here on the PowerPoint as you walk with me through this information. So I think I've already covered this. The differences between options 1 and 2, they're essentially the same. They move fish at the non-tribal level, just a difference in the amount of allocation to be moved. And options 3 and 4, again, they move things at the sport fishery level, and the differences are one is higher than the other in the amount of allocation to be moved. This table pulls together information that is in attachment 5. And at first I had like 4 different slides walking through each option. And I'm like, well, it'd be a heck of a lot easier if we just put it all in one place. So I hope this does help you see a little bit of where the changes might occur if you did consider any one of these 4 options, understanding the caveat of, what the FCEY might be. But remember that options 1 and 2 move things at the non-tribal level. So it's taken 2% of a much bigger number than at the sport fishery level, where 2% would be a much smaller number to draw from. And 2% is just a example that I pulled off the top. So options 1 and 2 move, percentages away from the non-tribal level. The current 2023 data would say, for instance, that Oregon would receive 293,000 pounds of halibut. Under option 1, it would be reduced to 273. And the same, we would reduce Washington by a percentage, and then California would increase that. And so this kind of lays it out probably the best. And what does it mean for the states and their state fisheries by option? You can see that options 1 and 2 have a greater amount of fish, and options 3 and 4 have a smaller amount of fish, and that they can, they're changing. They range anywhere, at least for Oregon, from 3,000 pounds up to almost 20,000 pounds, which would be to the benefit of the California sport fishery, who instead of the nearly 40,000 pounds, they would receive this amount of pounds in addition. One of the things that I had kind of talked about early on was the confusion that lies when you're talking about the differences between the two different methods. And, I think it was really hard for our stakeholders and the public to wrap their head around it. I think it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to work through that change and why it was different. And so one of the suggestions that could be made is to ask the council to translate the options 3 and 4, which, propose things being changed at a state fishery level. You can change those so that they would be equivalent to moving things at a non-tribal level. The numbers of percentage would be less at the non-tribal level, because we've already talked about that it is a smaller number. But again, just considering putting the options in an apples to apples language, if you will, I think will help folks understand more of what is happening and not be initially confused, which isn't good for anyone. So we've done a little bit of math and realized that option 3, which is moving 2 and 1% from Oregon and Washington at the state fishery level, is equivalent to moving 0.6 and 0.4% at the non-tribal level. It's the same amount of fish. It would have exactly the same thing. It's just translated into the same language as options 1 and 2. And same with option 4, moving 1% and 0.5% from Oregon and Washington translates to 0.3 and 0.2 at the non-tribal level. You can kind of see these numbers here. And it just puts things, in my mind, in a little a better picture, so you can see the true change in one language. So we would have our current allocations here. We're proposing changes. If you converted options 3 and 4 to the non-tribal component method, then this is what they would be. And here is the amount that would be shifted. Again, options 1 is moving 2% and 1%, and option 2 is moving 1% and 5% at the non-tribal level. We've already walked through that. The suggestion here is that instead of saying 2% and 1% at the state level, you just make it equivalent to the non-tribal level, so that it's 0.6% and 0.4%, 0.3% and 0.2%. So I know there's a lot of room to get confused, and I hope I haven't done that, but I know that was one thing that tripped some people up. So I'm going to move on to attachment 6, and this is our proposals for change on the regulatory items. There are 3 items to address here. The first item is the vessel monitoring system. Second are fish receiving tickets, and third are seabird avoidance measures. For the vessel monitoring system, the ask is that all vessels participating in the non-tribal commercial directed fishery be required to carry VMS. The details, this could affect around 16 unique vessels, and this would be required without groundfish retention. Right now, if you're retaining groundfish, you are already required to carry VMS. This would require it whether you retain groundfish or not. We have kind of looked at the data. We do feel that additional data analysis is likely needed. We'd want to know what the ping rate is, and what kind of other rules may come into play, and any cost benefit analysis, for the economic burden or the ease in enforcement. We haven't been able to do any of that work yet. Some of the options the council could consider are fairly black and white, if you will. No action, just leave it the same. No change in the requirement for VMS, or go through the requirement or go through and require VMS on these fisheries participating in the directed fishery, and implement any regulations that might come along with them. The second enforcement or regulatory item are the fish receiving tickets. The ask is that the council require all non-tribal commercial fish receiving tickets to report the number of pounds and the number of individual fish for halibut landings. So some of the data we might need to move forward with this is to first understand what the requirements are from the states on their fish receiving tickets, and if they are consistent among each other. And if we go through with the requirement, obviously make them all consistent. I think one of the things that was flagged was that the states essentially determined the requirements on the fish tickets. That there may be we may have to take a pathway that that we're asking the states to require that, in that we're not sure yet if the council actually has the authority to require things to be on fish tickets. Again, still need to do more work on those types of questions. But again, the council could move forward with options, either to take no action or to make the change and require fish tickets to include the number of individual halibut. This kind of helps with landing restrictions and ratios and ways to enforce that. The third item under regulatory are the seabird avoidance measures. The EC is asking that it be required for vessels participating in the non-tribal directed commercial halibut, whether they retain groundfish or not. This management measure is in place for groundfish fisheries and is part of the groundfish BIOP. We think that there would be about 11 vessels affected by this. We haven't had a lot of time to dig real deep, so we do need, additional data and analysis to, help us understand any implications. And again, some of the options, again, action or no action for the council to consider if they want to move this forward. So just to recap, aside from your traditional items that you consider at these September meetings regarding halibut, there's 4 scoping items as well. These are found in attachments 3, 4, 5, and 6. We have the management flexibility. For the most part, the edits are mainly administrative and provide clarifications and consistency across the catch sharing plan itself. For the in-season flexibility, I think we need some more work to develop a clear and precise process for any in-season updates or sharing. We've had a lot of conversations and just really didn't get to the place yet to be able to bring forward a process or an idea that everybody could see working for them. So I think we need more work there. And same with the allocation in a sense. We do have 4 options proposed. I think we probably do want to collect a little more data, at least before we take final action, just to understand what the implications of the shifts are. We can see where, where a number of pounds of fish may be shifted, but we want to put that into context of what it would really mean to the fishers, and any cost benefit analysis of those options as well. And I think the story is true for the regulatory changes. There's 3 topics. We do need some more information, and we haven't really done any cost benefit analysis that helps us understand as a council what the burden might be in the sense of making these requirements to our commercial vessel operators, and what the benefit may be from for the ease of enforcement. So again, the council is going to have to weigh those things out, and we need to collect information so that they can make those informed decisions. So just your council tasks again, adopt for public review changes to the catch sharing plan for the sports season structure for 2024, and for the non-tribal directed commercial fishery regulations for 2024. These 2 items are essentially your traditional items you would expect in September. The last item for consideration is adopting for public review the items identified in attachments 3 through 6. Those would be for implementation in 2024 if we can, or even later if we need to do more work and want to continue investigating those ideas. And that concludes my presentation. Yeah, I don't know if you want to take questions at this time, but I'm happy to answer any if you have any.
Well, thank you, Robin. You're tempting us with what I'm guessing is a fine halibut steak there, cooked to the proper temperature, and it's close to lunchtime. But since you just finished that, I do want to look around and see if there are any questions on your presentation. And I think you're tempting with the picture was very good, because there are no questions here. So what we will do is take a break now for lunch. We have a lot of reports to get through after lunch, so please be back promptly at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
1 minute warning. Let's move to our seats and get ready.
Recording in progress.
Right, thank you all. We've got a critical mass here so we can proceed. Before lunch, we had finished Robin's overview, the PowerPoint on that. Now that you had a little time to think about it, I'll just quickly look around again and see if there's any other questions that might have popped into people's minds to make sure that was clear. But there's no hands, so that's going to take us to our management and advisory body reports. You'll see in the materials there are 2 NIMS reports that were submitted, but they were not intended to be verbal reports. But I will just turn to Mr. Josh Lindsay and see if there was anything he wanted to say about those before we move on. So Josh, anything on those?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, I didn't intend to speak to those. One is the traditional catch report that we include every year. The other is just a list of regulatory actions. Happy to answer any questions. So thank you.
All right, thank you. So I will look around to see if anyone had any questions on the 2 NIMS reports. And I'm not seeing any on that. That will take us to the first of the state reports. And first up, there are 2 ODFW reports, and I will turn to Lynn Mattis for those. Lynn.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer. I do not intend to read either of these because the one is rather lengthy, but try to summarize them for you all. Under ODFW Report 1, this was trying to provide some context and some history background on how and why the Oregon recreational fisheries, recreational halibut fisheries are set up the way they are. ODFW annually reaches out to anglers, charter fishing businesses, and other fishing related businesses to get input on developing the season structure prior to the September-November council meetings. There has been some shifts on that input over time with changes in technology, the economy, and other fishing opportunities. And the annual process we go through helps facilitate those changes. To balance fishing opportunity and conservation needs of the fishery, ODFW sets up the seasons and manages fisheries in seasons with the goals of 1, allowing as much opportunity as possible spread out across May through at least September. 2, obtaining as much of the Oregon recreational allocation as possible while staying within the Oregon recreational allocation. And 3, minimizing impacts to overfished species such as yellow eye rockfish. In the state of Oregon has a 6-fish annual harvest limit for Pacific halibut, and anglers must purchase a combined angling tag, which is salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, and halibut, in order to fish for halibut in addition to a regular sport fishing license. Over the last 20 years, ODFW has heard from anglers and the associated business that they want as much fishing opportunity as possible, spread out so that there is at least some opportunity in each month, May through September. Additionally, for the majority of the coast, which is the Central Oregon subarea, they have wanted a guaranteed all-depth season in the summer starting in August. In the last 2 years, we have heard a little more desire to shift quota or shift opportunity earlier in the season to try to more fully attain allocation with we've been at these high FCEY levels and we've had a small average size of fish. This has led us to increasing the daily bag limit and the number of days per week the fishery is open. We include Appendix 1, which has highlights of the last 5 years of the Oregon recreational fisheries by sub-area and season. It lists the number of days open per week, the total number of days open for that season, the allocation, the total number of fish landed, average weight of landed fish, total pounds landed, and percent attainment, as well as some information on regulations in place, such as other species that are allowed. For the Columbia River, we work closely with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. My Midwest almost came out. I almost said Washington. To the Columbia River, as we co-manage this area with them and with the NIMS and the Halibut Commission. Annually, approximately 80% of the effort and landings occur into Washington ports for this sub-area, noting that anglers from either state can fish on either side of the river. We have a reciprocity with fishing licenses. And in recent years, we have split the sub-area into all depth and nearshore season. The all depth season has been open 2 or 3 days per week, coinciding with days open in other areas of Washington to try to prevent effort shift and with the goal of trying to use up the quota in May and June. We have had some additional days open in August and September when there's been remaining quota from one or both states. Additionally, in addition to limited open days of the week, until very recently, there has been restrictions on what bottom fish has been allowed retained with all depth halibut. Allowing only select bottom fish with all depth halibut was intended to reduce impacts to yellow eye rockfish and canary somewhat when we were in trouble with canary. Prior to 2021, the only bottom fish allowed with all depth halibut were Pacific cod, sablefish, and other species of flatfish. Rockfish, cabezon, greenling, and importantly, lingcod were prohibited. Beginning in 2021, on the Oregon side, anglers could do long leader gear fishery, which is the midwater gear for targeting midwater rockfish, but again, still no lingcod retention. There is a small poundage set aside for a nearshore fishery in case an angler would happen to luck into one while they were fishing when the all depth halibut was open. There's minimal catch in that most years. On the Central Oregon Coast sub-area, which is the majority of Oregon, to accomplish the goal of providing opportunity through May through September, that area is split into 3 seasons: a spring all depth, a summer all depth, and a near shore. Unless the overall 2A FCEY is less than 70,000 pounds, then it's just a spring all depth and a near shore. Each of these seasons is managed independently in terms of openings, number of days open, and some other regulations. Our spring season is set up with fixed dates, which are dates that are guaranteed to be open unless the entire spring and summer quota has been taken. And then we have backup dates, which are announced pre-season. If quota remains, then we can be open. By setting up fixed and pre-announced backup dates, that allows folks to make reservations, make plans more than just a week or so ahead of time. Once the fixed dates and backup dates are done, the season will close, depending on, and when that happens depends on quota. In 2011, when we were down around 800,000 pounds of the Area 2 FCEY, that closure was June 4th. So the spring all depth season was only open from mid-May until the first week of June. It is also extended through the regulatory closure of July 31st, especially in the last couple of years with our higher quota. Until recently, this fishery was operated under 3-day-a-week opening, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Similar to the Columbia River, limiting days open, it was intended to spread the fishery farther out into not just having everything concentrated in May or June. And similar to the Columbia River, there has been restrictions on bottom fish with just the long leader gear being recently allowed, and the last 2 years, some regular bottom fish being allowed. Our summer all depth season, this is allocated 25% of the Central Oregon Coast sub area to guarantee that fishing opportunity in August and hopefully into early September. That season, most years is opens the, well, I'm sorry, That season opens the first Thursday in August, and in years of lower allocation is only open 2 days per week, Friday and Saturday, every other week. If allocation levels are higher, such as they have been the last several years, we have been able to open it up to 7 days a week for at least part of the year. The summer all-depth season is important to anglers as winds and ocean conditions are often nicer in August than in May. Plus, there is the opportunity to combine fishing for halibut with salmon when open and albacore tuna. Effort and catches can be the highest of the year during these August dates, with landings during a 2 or 3 day opening exceeding 30,000 pounds. And similar to the spring all-depth fishery, the summer all-depth has had restrictions on the bottom fish. We also set aside 12% of the Central Coast allocation for a nearshore fishery. This fishery is restricted to inside of the 40-fathom regulatory line and is only open during time periods when the all-depth fishery is closed. So in recent years, when the all-depth fishery has been open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the nearshore is then open Sunday through Wednesday. This area has less productive halibut grounds, as well as a much lower potential for yellow eye rockfish bycatch impacts. Therefore, it was trying to allow some halibut opportunity when we didn't have the yellow eye or the halibut to allow all-depth fishing as much as we have been recently. The Southern Oregon subarea is a very small portion of the Oregon coast, consisting of the 2 southernmost ports. There's limited Pacific halibut habitat in this area. However, some years there is a pulse of fish there and they're able to find them. This area is allocated 3.9% of the Oregon allocation up to 8,000 pounds, and anything over 8,000 pounds gets put into the Columbia River to help augment that fishery. Only 1 year in the last 10 have landings exceeded that 8,000 pound threshold. This fishery is open 7 days a week at all depths because there is very limited yellow eye rockfish habitat and bycatch in this area. We've provided some information on how ODFW develops our catch estimations. We get them weekly. Our stat weeks ends on Sunday and sometimes as early as Wednesday afternoon, but usually by Thursday afternoon, we have the estimates for that previous week. Our sampling goal is 20% of returning vessels. However, oftentimes we get closer to 30%, especially on weekends when we have a few more people around. On the annual allocation attainment, we have table 1 in this report on page 6, which shows the total poundage landed by year 2017 through 2020 at a 5-year average, and then the 2023 allocation. Prior to 2019, which was the first year of our 1.5 million FCEY agreement, we were attaining approximately 90% of the Oregon recreational allocation. Since 2019, attainment has been closer to 60%. However, through just July, we were already at 65%. The low attainment for 2019 through 2020 has been due to a number of factors, including ODFW taking a precautionary approach to management with the higher allocation, particularly in regards to yellow eye rockfish bycatch. During 2020, much of the northern Oregon coast had closures and/or severe restrictions due to COVID impacts. The southern coast had fewer restrictions, but were still impacted. We have also been dealing with the 2012 year class that is moving in, and each year that year class is getting 3 to 5 pounds heavier on the average size of fish. And that is shown in figure 1 on the bottom of page 6. The blue bars are showing the percent attainment, and the orange line is showing the average weight. And since 2021, you can see that as the average weight has been going up, the percent attainment has gone up. On the potential impacts to the Oregon recreational fishery, Robin did a good job of explaining the 4 options and the sub-options within those. I don't feel the need to go into those, but to try to help provide input or provide something for Oregon anglers to look at, table 2 breaks just the, I believe it's option 1, whatever the highest amount was, the 2% of the non-tribal Oregon allocation, so option 1, which was moving approximately 19,000 pounds out of Oregon, I'm using that as the basis, as that would be the maximum amount. So table 2 shows, actually, I guess I do show all 4 of them, how that breaks out to the individual fishing sectors and seasons in Oregon. Sorry, I wrote this a few weeks ago and forgot what I put in my tables. The thinking is that this might help provide a little more information on a fishery by fishery basis. Then tried to look at what that might mean in terms of fishing days open. Table 3 is looking at that option 1 from table 2, what the reduction by each fishery subarea and season would be. Used 2022 average weekly landings because that's last year of full data we have, and then tried to predict potential change in the number of days open by having a reduction in that amount. For the Columbia River all depth, an estimated 2 days would be reduced. For the Central Coast spring all depth, 3 to 7 days, 1 opening. Similarly, the summer all depth would be about 1 opening. The Central Coast nearshore hasn't been attaining that quota recently because we've had more all depth opportunities. So there'd probably no change. And the Southern Oregon subarea, there would also likely be no change to how many days open. So this again was just to try to provide some context what these changes might mean to our fisheries. And then Appendix 1 is the summary that I spoke to, and I'm not going to walk through that table. See if there's any questions on that report.
Thank you, Lynn. Questions on the first report from ODFW? Marcia Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Lynn. This is an amazing report. There's a lot in here. It's very comprehensive and it gives a very nice history and lots of context. I also realized that this was an advanced briefing book document. And so, we are now more current with our totals. I'm looking at the very end at your Appendix 1 document and the year 2023, and you've footnoted that the data is only through July 30th. But I just want to make sure that I'm getting the picture of your fishery this year. For the spring all depth fishery, it looks like you fished 7 days per week and landed about 172,000 pounds. And somewhere in there, the 2 fish bag limit went into place sometime, I think in June, into May or June. Okay, thank you. And then looking to the summer all depth, you indicate you've moved to 3 days a week. Do you have an update for us on the attainment against that allocation?
Vice Chair, Ms. Yaremko, I do. Mr. Christian Heath, while he was doing his GMT duties, was able to update our data through last Sunday. We are currently sitting at 29,991.6 pounds out of our summer all depth. So we have about 70% remaining as of last Sunday in the summer all depth fishery.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And the total, the Oregon total line, do you have an update there? Thank you.
Let's see, we have harvested 217,065 pounds. There is approximately 76,000 pounds remaining. So we're sitting just a little over 75%, or right around 75% harvested through last Sunday.
Thank you. Marcy, follow up?
Yes, thank you. And just to confirm that your summer all depth fishery was a 3-day-a-week fishery for the month of August and currently through September. Is that right?
Through the Vice Chair, no, we were able to open that to 7 days a week because there's a provision in the catch sharing plan that if the summer all depth is above, I believe it's 60,000 pounds, we can go to 7 days a week depending on how catch rates are going. So we were able to do that.
Marcy.
Thank you. So the number 3 here in this table for 2023 should read a 7.
through the vice chair, Mr. Remco, yes, to be current, the summer all depth that began on 3 August, it currently says open days per week 3. That should be updated to 7. That was correct as of the time of writing of this report. But currently it is, yes, 7 days.
Thank you. That clears it up. So then in summary for 2023, how many closed days have you had since May 1?
Vice Chair Hasmer, Ms. Uremko, we have a number of seasons open. We have different sub areas. Do you want all of them? The Columbia River sub area, I believe we had about 15 days open, and it's been closed until August, from early June until August. The Central Coast Spring All Depth Fishery was open the entire month of May and June. It was closed for 2.5 weeks in July because of the way the fixed dates and backup dates were set up. Those dates that were closed for all depth, the nearshore fishery kicked in, and the nearshore fishery was able to be open for those 2.5 weeks, which is restricted inside of the 40 fathom line. The summer all depth season has been open since August 3rd, 7 days a week, and it continues to be open. And the Southern Oregon sub area was open May 1st, and it continues to be open 7 days a week, and they've harvested about 60% of their quota.
Okay. Thank you. So I think my takeaway from that, excluding the Columbia River, I understand the day a week closures there, but for the Central Oregon coast and also the Southern Oregon sub area, well, at least for the Central Oregon coast, I think you said about 2.5 weeks closed in July. So that's total closure, or was that near shore open?
Vice Chair Hasper, Ms. Uremko, the all depth fishery was closed those days, but the nearshore fishery was available.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Further questions on the first ODFW report? I'm not seeing any hands. I'll let you continue, Lynn, with the second report.
Took a minute to get it open on the briefing book. The second ODFW report is more of our standard report that we provide every September on the catch sharing plan process. We solicit public input via email, phone. We had 3 public meetings this year in Newport, Brookings, and Winchester Bay. The Newport meeting is also webcast to discuss proposed changes to the halibut catch sharing plan. We had 56 members of the public attend the meetings in person. 6 participated in the webinar, and throughout the course of the year, we have a couple of dozen others that reach out via phone, email, and office visits. We considered public input to provide the following information for consideration. For the proposed changes for 2024, Oregon anglers pretty much across the board oppose any allocation shift of Oregon quota to California. We tried not to focus our meetings on this aspect, but the public, our angling public, brought it up and made it the focal point at times of our public meetings. One thing that they also, that was brought up was the difference in that 2 states have annual limits and 1 state does not, was brought up multiple times during those meetings. When we were able to focus on potential changes, regular changes to the catch sharing plan, we didn't have any proposed changes for the Columbia River or the Southern Oregon sub area that came up. One that did come up in the Central Coast spring all depth fishery is some language in how and when backup dates are available for the all depth fishery. Currently, backup dates are listed that they can happen every other week. That other is in there to provide time for ODFW to look at catches and see how much catch is left and be able to announce with about a week opening or a week's notice that the following week would open. At the current high levels of allocation that we've had the last 5 years at the 1.5 million FCEY, we've had quite a bit of spring quota, and it would be helpful. It would have provided us a little more flexibility to remove the other so that backup dates are available every week if quota is available. So we have a status quo is keep it currently every other week for back updates. And alternative one is Oregon Central Coast spring all depth back updates may be established every week, except weeks may be skipped to avoid adverse tidal conditions. And the potential back updates will be identified pre-season. The skipping tide cycles is more important when we have smaller quotas and we're only open 2 or 3 days a week than it is when we're open 7 days a week. Just wanted to make note of that. We don't have the only change to the draft catch shearing plan language would be in 6.11.1.d.2. Remove the word other from the 8th paragraph specifying back updates. That's the only proposed change from Oregon for Oregon recreational fisheries, season structure, et cetera, for 2024.
Thank you. Any questions on the second ODFW report? And I believe I see no hands. So thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you.
We will next move to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife reports. There are 2, and I will turn to Heather Hall for those. Heather.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer. I will also do my best to summarize these reports. They were both submitted to the briefing book for the advance notice, so they've been in there for a while. WDFW Report 1 is also a look at the catch sharing plan and the background on Pacific halibut management in Washington. We really wanted to provide this information so that it gave context for the discussions that we're having around potential changes to the catch sharing plan, not only for 2024, but potentially beyond. So relative to the commercial fishery in Washington, we've tried to balance our fishing opportunity for both sport and commercial fishery participants. And I think the history of the incidental retention in the sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis provides some helpful background and maybe answers questions that might have come up during Robin's presentation about why that there's always a little footnote for the sport fishery. But when the council first operated under its first catch sharing plan in 1988, there wasn't enough quota to provide for both a sport and meaningful sport and commercial fisheries. So the full Washington allocation was provided for the primary benefit of the sport sector. And at the time, the 2A TAC was around 500,000 pounds. So about 10 years later, however, the 2A TAC reached 820,000 pounds. And at that time, WDFW recommended an approach where the sport allocation could be scaled to accommodate incidental halibut retention in the sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. That process has evolved over time. But that's where that incidental retention for the sablefish fishery comes from, the Washington sport allocation. 15% of the non-tribal commercial halibut allocation is provided to provide incidental halibut retention in the salmon troll fishery. The incidental quota during April through June is intended as one of the primary objectives, with the balance of the incidental quota left to provide retention of halibut from July through the end of the season, salmon troll season. Attainment of the allocation of the salmon troll fishery is therefore dependent on availability of salmon. For the Washington sport fishery, we have divided our sport allocation into 4 sub-areas: the Puget Sound, the North Coast, the South Coast, and the Columbia River. That's based on historical participation. Our ocean sampling program produces weekly catch estimates that we use to manage the fishery to achieve but not exceed the quota. Our Puget Sound sampling program follows a similar approach, although the report goes into some detail about years when we didn't have that in-season estimate from our Puget Sound sampling program. There's a long history of high attainment of the Washington sport allocation. In coastal areas, 99% of the sub-area quota was taken every year from 2003 to 2019. And during that same period, the average season length for coastal areas declined from hundreds of days in the earlier of those years to less than 30 days from 2015 to 2019. From 2010 through 2018, neither the North Coast nor the South Coast sub-areas were open for more than 10 days. And in many of those years, the seasons lasted only 4 or 5 days. The Puget Sound region also has a history of high quota attainment. In the early 2000s, the Puget Sound quota exceeded the sub-area allocation. During this time, we worked really closely with our sampling program and to explore new in-season estimation methods and with our stakeholders to develop season structures that better aligned with the sub-area quota. And as I mentioned, in 2017, our Puget Sound sampling unit implemented an intensive sampling program that produced weekly estimates. Also, along with that, our Puget Sound sub-area went from being open 5 or more days per week for months on end, continual months in the early 2000s to less than 30 days per year, with fewer days open per week from 2010 through 2019. So the catch sharing plan provides an overarching description of the allocations and season structures for these sub-areas and includes management objectives specific to Washington that provide additional transparency to stakeholders relative to our halibut management goals. The approach where our sport allocation is distributed among the 4 sub-areas spreads fishing effort and opportunity across regions and throughout the April through September season, ensuring that one area does not take the entire Washington sport allocation. Although the catch sharing plan provides a valuable management framework, it doesn't tell the complete story of how we at WDFW work with our stakeholders to develop season structures and season dates for each sub-area. We have invested significant time, effort, and resources to develop seasons that provide meaningful opportunity across regions to as many anglers as possible. Outside of the catch sharing plan, we have taken additional action through the legislature and through state regulations to require that anglers purchase a catch record card and adhere to a 4-fish annual limit. We've also relied on a set of season setting principles to provide greater transparency and consistency during the development of the proposed season structures. For example, the current season setting principles that we are using, we are striving to avoid effort shift. That's effort shift between those 4 sub-areas. And we do that by aligning the fishing days in those areas as much as possible. That's particularly important in the Columbia River and the South Coast, which is Westport, that are fairly close to each other. And then the North Coast, which is Neah Bay and CQ, that maximizes our season length and also fishing opportunity. We've also worked to provide advance notice of our season dates so that anglers can plan their halibut fishing trips rather than add season dates in season. When we're looking from one year to the next, we're looking to provide more fishing opportunity in areas where the catch was below the sub-area allocation. And then we have traditional fishing days that have been in place for a long time. So for example, on the North Coast, the traditional fishing days that we have open during the week are Thursday and Saturday. In the South Coast or Westport, those days are Sunday and Thursday. And in Marine Area 5, we strive to keep that fishery open through Memorial Day so they can participate in their long-running halibut derby. These principles were developed out of necessity as WDFW and stakeholders grappled with setting seasons in years where quotas were obtained in a matter of days in some sub-areas. The pandemic changed halibut fishing dynamics in Washington. Changes in fishing effort and catch areas are likely also the result of the economy and potential variability in abundance. We know this particularly to be true in the Puget Sound region where halibut is known to vary from year to year. Washington is in a period of recalibration, and as we seek to revise season structures, which for the first time in many years includes expanding opportunity, we are affected by our experience of taking the Washington sport allocation very quickly over many years. Historical quota attainment and a precautionary approach to avoid exceeding sub-area quotas has led to revising season structures in sub-areas in a very conservative manner. During this time, we have been appreciative of and reliant on in-season management flexibility to adapt in a way that provides opportunity by relaxing sub-area quotas and considering more fishing days across all of Washington sub-areas to achieve the Washington sport allocation. We are open to discussing how to utilize the non-tribal portion of the Area 2A fishery, CEY, and increase management flexibility. And again, it's just important that those discussions acknowledge the differences in management approaches in each of the 3 states. And then there's an appendix here which just provides a summary of catch relative to the quota. That's figure 1. And the season length and number of days in figure 2. And then Puget Sound is broken out. So the catch relative to the quota for that area, which shows the years where we were struggling to keep our catch under the Puget Sound quota. And I would just say that those tables go only to 2019, really just reflecting that section in the report that describes that since 2019, we've seen some differences about where fishing effort is occurring. As a reminder, I think we've mentioned this before, but during the pandemic in 2020, recreational fishing in all areas and all recreational fishing was entirely closed for a portion of the year. In 2021, the ports of Nia Bay and La Push were still closed, and those are access areas to some of our most productive fishing grounds. So 2020 and 2021 in particular really don't reflect our fishery as a whole with those closures and issues. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Are there questions on the WDFW Report 1? Marcy, Yaremko?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Heather, and thank you for your remarks toward the end there where you explained why you truncated the data in Table 1 to end at 2019. And I understand that the differences that have occurred in the fishery performance since then. But I'm wondering, since you've also taken the data out of Table 1 in your last column for the Washington total and then displayed that in figure 2 up above, the total, I believe that's the total number of days open for the coastal sub areas. Do you have those total days for 2022 and 2023 offhand?
Yes. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Yaremko. I was anticipating your question, so Lorna's helping me with that. The total season length in 2022 was 192 days. That's across all of our different management areas. And then what was the other part of your question?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Heather. So when you say 192 days, I think that's your 2022 number. I just want to make sure that would be the same number that would show had your table 1 extended from 2019 down to 2022. The far right-hand column where it says Washington total would be 192 days. And then I was wondering the number for 2023, recognizing that the year isn't over yet.
Yeah, Vice Chair and Marcy, I do not have 2023 number of days. In 2022, let's see. I do believe that total was 192.
Thank you. Yes, and so 192 days. So let's just take the 2022 season then. And the start date was end of April.
That's right.
And did the season, you then had closures of days of the week through the end of October, but I recall July being closed in previous discussions. So maybe you can just help me with where those 192 days occurred in 2022.
Right. I think it's really important when we're totaling our area. So it's counting if Puget Sound was open 30 days and Nia Bay was open 30 days, it's a total across those seasons. So that'd be 60 days, even if some of those days were the same days. Many of those days were the same days. So I'm not sure that we do have apples to apples here. And I don't have some of this historical data right in front of me, so I can follow up with you.
Further questions? Marcy, did you have a follow-up?
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, because I was trying to do the math here on the Washington total column, and it didn't look like it added all of the sum total, or maybe it's just the coastal areas that total up. So for example, in 2019, North Coast 15, South Coast 9, Columbia River 8. Coast total 32, Puget Sound 18. So is it the coast total plus the Puget Sound total that equals the 50?
Right.
Okay. And so then the comparable number for that 50 from 2019, you're saying in 2022 is 192.
I'm saying I retract that. It is not.
Okay.
That's where we're double counting. And I don't have the same apples to apples number for these years right in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Well, for example, in our Westport area, we've had 19 days counting today since May 1st. 19 days, and we have one more day to go in 2 weeks. Columbia River area is about the same. Maybe a day or two less. So that you can see in that one chart where there were years where area 2, we were done in 5 or 6 days. And in particular, as a result of the state's in-season management transferring unutilized quota from some of our northern ports, which have not returned to normal since the closure of Nia Bay and La Push during the pandemic years, has added some additional days in areas in our Columbia River area and the Westport area. But that's what we're going to have this year, would be 19 days from May 1st through September 30th.
Thank you, Phil. Are there further questions on WDFW Report 1? And Heather.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and thanks to Lorna for helping me here. And to maybe close the loop a little bit, I can get you a little closer, Marcy. So in 2020, the range of days in that similar context that's in the table in our report was 19 to 48 days. The similar range in 2021 was 12 to 48 days. So very similar to what's on that table. I don't have the number for 2022.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? And I'm not seeing any hands, so Heather, would you please proceed with the second report?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. The second report here is really just the more traditional report that the council and advisory bodies are used to seeing in September. This report reflects the halibut meeting that we had with our stakeholders in early August. When we start looking at proposed seasons for 2024, we reflect on halibut seasons for the prior year. So again, we looked to expand fishing opportunity, which is really just the number of days open as we adjust prior to the pandemic years since 2020. We're focusing halibut dates in the spring. They're preferred for halibut fishing in most of our sub areas. While we've heard that there is support for halibut fishing in August and September because it provides access in better weather, it does vary by area. For example, anglers in the Puget Sound note that there's a lot more dogfish to contend with later in the season. And one reason they prefer earlier season opportunity. So in 2023, this year, the season opened on April 6th in Puget Sound. It was open 5 days per week through May and increased to 7 days per week in June. In the coastal areas, it opened on May 4th. The South Coast was open 3 days per week for most of May, with 4 single-day openers in June. And the North Coast and the Columbia River followed their more traditional open days, being open 2 days per week in May and June. That reflects some increased number of days from the season in 2022. For example, Puget Sound increased from 3 days to 5 days per week in April and May, and from 5 to 7 in June. In the past, Marine Area 5 opened at the same time as the North Coast, and aligning those two areas opened the Marine Area 5 a full month earlier in April instead of May, and the number of days open per week increased from 3 to 7 in the month of June. On the South Coast, the number of days increased from 2 days per week to 3 days per week in May. In mid-May, based on projections of remaining quota and stakeholder input, WDFW sought and NIMS approved for June 2 additional days for the Columbia River and 7 days for the North Coast. And then, having anticipated remaining quota at the end of June, we worked with our stakeholders and announced late fishery proposed season dates to NIMS for consideration. We have added additional days for the Columbia River and the South Coast in August and September. And the Puget Sound was scheduled to reopen on August 17th through September 30th, 7 days per week. This flexibility to share sub-area quotas, it really was triggered by the pandemic, but it has really supported angler access to the Washington sport allocation and will likely continue to be a valuable tool into the future. So as we looked to our proposed changes to the catch sharing plan for 2024, it really reflected that same approach, where we are looking to open seasons and provide that early opportunity in April and May and June, and then look to have August and September available for opportunity to catch any remaining quota. The dates that we've provided, we have determined after consulting with Oregon and presented in our report includes status quo. So that might answer some questions about when our seasons are open this year and then what they look like for next year. So just going through here really quickly, in Puget Sound, are currently open 5 days per week through June, and then 7 days per week if there's any quota remaining in August and September. The proposed options for public review, including opening again in April, but opening 7 days per week through June, with opportunity to open 7 days per week in August and September. Another option, option number 2, is to open the season much earlier than April, our traditional fishing days in February or March. And that would be open 7 days per week through June in the Marine Area 6 or the eastern portion of the region, Puget Sound region, and open Marine Area 5, the western portion of the Puget Sound region, on April 1st, 7 days per week through June. Again, with the opportunity to take any remaining quota in fisheries in August and September. We have another option for public review that just acknowledges some uncertainty in the 2024 2A FCEY, where if it is below 1.3 million pounds, we would shift back to fewer days open per week. So our stakeholders in Puget Sound continue to support changes that allow for more access earlier in the year and more days open per week, while providing additional fishing days at the end of the season provides good opportunity to harvest any remaining quota after the early season closes in June. We also know that fishing success in the Puget Sound is higher earlier in the year, and stakeholders would like the opportunity for expanded season dates beginning in February to be considered through the public review process. These options would allow discussions on the trade-offs between opening earlier in the year, more days per week, potential weather conditions, and interest in ensuring that the fishery remains open through Memorial Day, which has been a common discussion point in the past. For the North Coast, the status quo days open per week is 2 days per week in May and June, with the option to open up to 7 days a week in August and September. For public review, option 1 would expand that to being open 5 days per week in May and June. And then with remaining quota available to open the fishery again in August and September. And again, an added option here to consider if the FCEY is below 1.3 million pounds, that would pull that back to 4 days per week. The North Coast stakeholders support expanding opportunity in May and June and establishing those dates in regulation rather than through in-season action, yet want to consider a less aggressive schedule should the 2A FCEY for 2024 be less than 1.3 million pounds. For the South Coast, the status quo season is being open 3 days per week in the month of May, and identifying 4 in single days that would be open in June if there is sufficient quota remaining after May. If anything, any quota remains after those 4 days in June, it would be taken through additional days open in August and September. For consideration for public review, option 1 maintains the 3 days per week in the month of May and only open 1 day per week on Memorial Day weekend. And then if sufficient quota remains, the option 1 here would expand those 4 days to 8 days. I've counted right here, 6 days. 8 days was right, in June. And that just gives, again, it's back to the public notice that folks know if there's any quota remaining, those would be the days that would be open for halibut in Marine Area 2 or the South Coast. For the Columbia River, status quo, again, is open 2 days per week, Thursday and Sunday, and in May and June. And then if any quota remains after that, the fishery would be open 7 days per week in August and September. This area reserves a portion of the sub-area quota to provide for a nearshore fishery that's open Mondays through Wednesdays. Once the all-depth fishery, after the all-depth fishery is open. That really allows for, on days when all depth isn't open, allowing incidental retention of halibut if someone happens to catch a halibut on a bottom fish day. The proposed option 1 for public review would shift the days per week from 2 days per week to 3 days per week. This kind of triggers back that alignment again with the South Coast sub area. And then in June would maintain the 3 days per week open rather than the select days per week that the South Coast has identified. Stakeholder input from the Columbia River sub-area expressed support for adding opportunity in May and June and continued alignment with the season structure in the South Coast sub-area through Memorial Day. Again, just for all of our Washington sub-areas, we have definitely appreciated the in-season management flexibility. It's really helped us manage our fishery post-pandemic. It's provided substantial benefits by supporting the addition of opportunity through in-season action. We appreciate NIMS recognition of the challenges faced in setting season dates and appreciate their efforts to revise federal regulations in season to allow for additional fishing days. And we will continue to work with NIMS to explore potential approaches in the catch sharing plan to enhance that in-season management flexibility consistent with NIMS's regulatory process and in a manner that provides sufficient notice and transparency to the public. Also included within this report, even though it's not part of the catch sharing plan, is just a discussion on the annual halibut bag limit, which is a 4-fish annual limit in Washington. There's been some discussion that we've had over the last couple of years of whether 4 fish is the right number for our annual limit or whether that should be expanded. We did through in-season action for the first time this year, we were able to add 2 fish for the August-September fishing opportunity to kind of support additional opportunity in that late season fishery. And it gives us also an opportunity to just explore what that's like. So these are proposed for public review. We'll be meeting with our stakeholders again prior to the November council meeting and bring back a final recommendation in November. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Are there questions on the second WDFW report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. Ms. Hall, it's not a question, but the Columbia River, since we co-manage it, I think we at ODFW submitted our report a day or so before WDFW, but we are in support of what is being proposed as an option for the Columbia River sub-area, even though we didn't speak to it in our report.
Thank you, Lynn. Are there further questions? Marcy Aremko?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Heather. You spoke to this a little bit, but I believe it's option 2 that's proposed for Puget Sound that would start the season as early as February. And you noted that that's a substantial difference from status quo much earlier. Can you explain how, from a rule standpoint, this would be possible?
Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Yaremko. It's something it's a question for us too. I'm not sure if it is possible. During our stakeholder meeting in August, we shared with our stakeholders that that would be one of the key issues that we would need to think about, whether or not it's even regulatorily possible. So it may not be. But.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any further questions? And I don't see any, so thank you very much, Heather. Pause here, but while I look at our next report, and we have the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Melanie Parker. Good afternoon, Melanie. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice Chair. Good afternoon, council members. CDFW has one report. We have a number of topics included, so I will provide an overview of them for you. So our first topic is management objectives, which is described in attachment 3 that Robin went over earlier. CDFW supports the proposed management objective changes for the California sport fishery as described in that attachment. Currently, there is no management objective for the California sport fishery in the CSP. So this change would result in increased consistency in the CSP between fishery sectors. For the in-season flexibility provisions described in attachment 4, CDFW supports the inclusion of a trigger date. Currently, that trigger date is in the proposal is August 15th. CDFW also proposes 2 earlier trigger dates of either August 1st or July 15th for public review. CDFW also proposes that after that trigger date is reached, all recreational fisheries would be open 7 days per week and fish against a combined recreational quota for all 3 states until the remaining recreational quota has been taken. And setting an earlier trigger date would encourage recreational fisheries in each state to structure fishing opportunities in the spring months as desired. For the non-tribal sport allocations as described in attachment 5, CDFW is not supportive of options 3 or 4, or the requirement of a minimum FCEY for any of the options proposed. Options 3 and 4 result in a negligible increase to the California sport allocation. If a meaningful shift in allocation to the California sport fishery as proposed in options 1 or 2 cannot be accommodated as part of the 2024 CSP modifications, CDFW suggests abandoning the allocation change proposals at this meeting so as not to waste council and NIMS staff resources on analysis and rulemaking to complete an illusory allocation shift. The options forwarded at the June meeting included 2 minimum FCEY trigger amounts of at least 1.3 or 1.5 million pounds for any movement of allocation to occur between sectors. The CDFW does not support the allocation move being contingent on the FCEY amount. As discussed in attachment 5, the Area 2A FCEY has only been 1.3 million pounds 50% of the time in the last 20 years and has only been 1.5 million pounds in the last 4 years. And it's the only 4 years in the last 20 years that has been that amount. If the Area 2A FCEY does not continue to be at least 1.3 or 1.5 million pounds, which might be likely in light of the recent stock biomass declines, no benefit would be realized to the California sport fishery. And regarding the minimum FCEY requirement language, the proposal suggests that an allocation move to California is only necessary in times when the FCEY in Area 2A is high. The CDFW is not aware of any need or justification. The need for an allocation increase to California exists now and is unrelated to the Area 2A FCEY itself. CDFW continues to be concerned there is a sense that recreational allocations to state-specific recreational fisheries are owned by the respective state rather than shared between the West Coast recreational fisheries to best meet the needs of the fisheries holistically. CDFW supports method 1 and option 1 or 2 without scenarios A or B, requiring an FCEY minimum. This method and these options would provide the greatest movement of quota and benefit to California, and coupled with an in-season flexibility provision as described above, to combine the remaining sport quotas on a specified date would allow all sport fisheries in 2A to fish until the full quota is taken. This would also increase fairness and equity within the CSP allocation scheme per the Halibut Act. Bag limits. This is a topic that is not discussed in the attachments provided in the briefing book. CDFW does not support the continuation of a 2-fish daily bag limit option being available and or implemented in some states or areas, but not others. In June of this year, NIMS announced an in-season increase in the daily bag limit for some Oregon sport sub-areas beginning in the middle of June. The timing of this change was very early in the season and did suggest that there was an awareness that unless regulations were loosened, the Oregon sport allocation would not be taken by the end of the fishing season, which was still months away. CDFW submitted a comment letter, which is included as an appendix to our report to NIMS on this in-season rule. And CDFW proposes that a 1-fish bag limit be implemented for all recreational fisheries in Area 2A from the start of the fishing season through the in-season trigger date. And once the in-season trigger date is reached, the bag limit could be increased to 2 fish, but would be applied coastwide. California sub-area management. CDFW analyzed or we examined our catch per day from our field sampling program and determined that high catch days occur randomly in the California sport fishery throughout the open season on multiple days of the week and in multiple months, and are likely to be dependent upon prevailing weather conditions and fish availability. These high catch days do not appear to align with weekends, tides, or a pattern that is predictable pre-season during the season date setting process. Therefore, CDFW does not view closing days of the week as a measure that necessarily reduces or slows overall catch in the season, particularly if the fishery would be closed 3 or fewer days of the week and open 4 or more days. Although this strategy could work to concentrate effort and catch into those days that are open. And I would draw your attention to table 1 that is a nice color-coded calendar from this year showing the results of the examination CDFW did of catch throughout the season, where days that with a gray shading had 0 catch reported. Red is a low catch, yellow is sort of a moderate amount, and then green is good. Blue would have been excellent, or what we would term an extreme catch event. There were no extreme catch events that occurred in 2023 in the fishery. Unfavorable weather conditions are a reality in many council fisheries, and favorable weather windows may not align with open fishing periods when days of the week are closed. Day of the week closures are disruptive, difficult to enforce, and are subject to error and forgetfulness, and add unnecessary complexity to the fishing communities, as well as for CDFW's monitoring programs. Allowing season dates to run continuously from beginning to end, or with a lengthy planned closure period, like a split season, provides stability for the fleet, flexibility for anglers in selecting when to conduct fishing activity, and ultimately maximizes available opportunities I will note that in the current CSP, there is a provision to implement block closure periods in season, or not in season, during the season through the season setting process preseason, and that provision has been utilized in prior years. Depth limits. Quillback rockfish is expected to receive a formal overfish status declaration by NMFS within the next year, and a rebuilding plan to be implemented on a similar timeline. With the expected extremely low mortality limits for quillback rockfish, CDFW does have some concern that encounters of quillback rockfish in the Pacific halibut fishery could contribute to exceeding the future statewide harvest limit. In anticipation of that, CDFW proposes adding additional depth-based management options to allow the sport Pacific halibut fishery to continue to operate while minimizing encounters with quillback rockfish. Quillback rockfish is a deeper nearshore species. However, its depth range and that of Pacific halibut can overlap. RCAs are depth-based closure areas utilized in the groundfish fishery off California to limit encounters with species of concern. And CDFW proposes authorizing use of groundfish RCAs as defined in federal regulation in the Pacific halibut fishery off California to limit catch of groundfish species of concern, including but not limited to quillback rockfish. And this would be either through the preseason or for in-season implementation by NMFS. We do note that usage of groundfish RCAs in halibut fisheries in Area 2A is not new. Currently, depth-based management occurs off of the state of Oregon for the sport fishery, and the directed commercial halibut fishery is also subject to RCAs. New California sub-area. CDFW proposes modifications to the CSP to create 2 California sport fishery sub-areas utilizing a new Pacific halibut management line at Point Arena, and also to provide a de minimis incidental allowance for the southern area. The boundary change and formation of a new management area would facilitate greater management of the resource and better meet needs in different areas of the state. The sub-area south of Point Arena would be structured to accommodate de minimis catch that occurs in other fisheries. Pacific halibut are not directly targeted in this area and are a rare and insignificant contributor to total mortality. The area would be open year-round with a 1 fish daily bag and possession limit. The quota for the area south of Point Arena would be a set poundage of up to a maximum of 1,000 net pounds annually, which would be subtracted from the California area quota, and the remainder available for the directed recreational fishery that is well established north of Point Arena. Prior to 2014, the areas south of Humbug Mountain in Oregon, including all waters off of California, were managed as one sub-area and received a small set aside each year to accommodate catch of Pacific halibut, and catch was not tracked in season. The area south of Humbug Mountain is at the southern extent of the range of the Pacific halibut stock, where encounters were infrequent and unpredictable. The IPHC had not conducted its annual fishery independent setline survey in waters off California, and no direct California information was incorporated in the process to set the Area 2A FCEY. Following development of the Pacific halibut fishery in the area south of Humbug Mountain, the IPHC surveyed California waters in 2013, 2014, and again in 2017. The 2017 survey reached as far south as waters off San Francisco. However, for the area between Cape Mendocino and San Francisco, only trace amounts of Pacific halibut were caught. CDFW's California Recreational Fishery Survey, or CRFS, documents kept and released fish from anglers. And each year, a few reports of released Pacific halibut occur in the area south of Point Arena, but often this is during August or September, which is after the Pacific halibut fishery in California has attained its quota and is closed for the year. Anecdotal information from anglers in the area south of Point Arena indicate there may be some seasonal movement of Pacific halibut into shallower waters off Bodega Bay and San Francisco, which is why fish in this area tend to be encountered in the late summer and early fall months. By creating a new California management sub-area south of Point Arena with a set annual quota to accommodate any de minimis catch that occurs in that area, year-round retention at the southern end of the population range can occur with zero conservation risk. This could also allow for novel collections of biological data of these fish. Next, we have the standard summary that CFW provides in September of our recreational fishery. This year, our recreational fishery opened May 1 and ran through August 4th, at which time the fishery closed due to projected attainment of the quota. The daily bag limit was 1 fish. Currently, our best estimate of catch to date is 39,858 net pounds, or 100.9% of the quota. We've also provided a little bit of information about the size of fish that were encountered in our fishery this year. Samplers with CDFW measured 389 Pacific halibut this season. The smallest fish measured was 520 millimeters with a calculated net weight of 2.4 pounds and was caught in July. The largest fish was 1,303 millimeters with a calculated weight of 48.8 net pounds. And that fish was actually caught on the very last day that the fishery was open. Figure 1 on page, I believe it's 8, shows a comparison of lengths for the 2023 fish compared to 2022. And you can see that in 2023, we had a larger proportion of smaller fish and a slightly larger proportion of larger fish than what was seen in the fishery in 2022. So to sum up the CDFW recommendations from this report, CDFW recommends an increase to the in-season flexibility provisions for the Area 2A non-tribal recreational fisheries by including a trigger date of August 15th or preferably earlier within the CSP, after which time all recreational fisheries would be open 7 days per week and fish against a combined recreational quota for all 3 states. Support allocation movement calculation method 1, moving of non-tribal percentages from Oregon and Washington to California, and options 1 or 2 with no minimum FCEY requirement. A 1 fish bag limit to be implemented for all recreational fisheries in Area 2A from the start of the fishing season through the in-season trigger date. Once the in-season trigger date is reached, the bag limit could be increased to 2 fish, but would be applied coastwide. Adding a provision to the CSP to authorize use of RCA lines as defined in federal regulations in the recreational Pacific halibut fishery off California to limit catch of groundfish species of concern, including but not limited to quillback rockfish, either through preseason or in-season implementation by NIMS, and implementation of a new recreational management line at Point Arena to form 2 California sub-areas north and south of Point Arena. The California recreational allocation would be shared between the 2 areas, with the area south of Point Arena receiving a set amount up to 1,000 net pounds per year to accommodate de minimis incidental catch in that area. With that, I would be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Parker on the CDFW report? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Melody, for the report. I have, I think, 3 questions. The first one has to do with your, I think you referred to it as a colorful chart of the 4 months of May, June, July, and August. And the gray, the days that have the gray shading indicating no catch. I just wondered if that, is there a suggestion or an implication because of I see the unfavorable weather condition issue brought up below that those days were not fishable, or were they maybe a combination of not fishable and just some days that there wasn't any catch?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Based off of our data, there's an assumption that those days were not fishable. We took a look at Creel survey data, and there were 208 sample assignments throughout the 96 days the fishery was open. And of those 208 assignments, a number of them had no fishing effort. And that often occurs when there are unfavorable weather conditions.
Thanks. My second question is, I'm on the last page of the report that has the recommendations. In the third bullet, Second sentence says that once the in-season trigger date is reached, the bag limit could be increased to 2 fish, but would be applied coastwide. So that trigger date, I mean, just as an example, could be the August 15th trigger date that was referenced in bullet 1. Not that that's your preferred trigger date, but that's the trigger date you're talking about, whatever that date might be. Is that correct?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yes, I believe it is the same trigger date as the in-season flexibility provision.
Then my last question is, I don't know if I'm intrigued or puzzled, maybe both, with the first bullet on that recommendation. So a coast-wide opening in Washington, if areas 1 through 4 can take between 10 and 15,000 pounds a day when they're all open the same day. I don't know what Oregon's daily catch is, but I assume it's large also. And so I'm just trying to think how we could possibly manage a fishery that had the potential just in the northern 2 states of taking 20 to 25,000 pounds a day.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Anderson. I believe that is one of the things that details could be worked out between now and November between the states. But I would also look to Ms. Yaremko to see if she wanted to add anything.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Phil, for the question. And thank you, Melanie. I would just add on to that I believe that many of the alternatives that I heard Heather present for the Washington sub areas included 7-day per week fisheries in August and September when that fishery, or when the fishery, the spring fishery might have closed, and then when the fishery was, if there are available days left, would be open 7 days. I'm not staring at it right now to see if that's for all of the areas or only some, but I do believe I saw 7-day per week fisheries that were alternatives for August and September.
I don't have that in front of me. I'm not aware of a 7-day week. I think in Puget Sound, yes, potentially. And depending on if there was sufficient quota, I can't imagine a 7-day a week in August and September on the coast, but just with the history of that fishery. But nevertheless, even if it was, we would be managing that fishery to our specific quota. I'm just trying to imagine how 3 states with all of these ports that need to be sampled and the potential in the northern 2, at least, of catching 25 to 30 pounds a day, how that would be, how that could possibly be good for anybody, including California.
So with all due respect, I think we're getting into discussion of the issue, but you can proceed with questions.
Yeah, well, my question was the logic that went into proposing that as an alternative.
Fair question.
Okay.
Marcy?
So I guess the added logic or the rationale is that considering the remaining pots that might exist across all 3 states, which in total in past years have, exceeded over 100,000 pounds, while I appreciate that the catch rates at times can be very high in particular states and ports, the concept being is that whatever is left after the spring fisheries be pooled so that collectively the state sport fisheries can utilize it and share the remainder equitably. So you're right, it may result in a very short opener after the trigger date until the remaining recreational quotas are fully utilized. But I think that the point remains is we're looking for a way to mop up the remainder efficiently and equitably across the West Coast sport fisheries. Thanks.
Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassmer. And I guess I risk delving into discussion, but I just want to add that the way the option is described is it provides the opportunity for a sub area to be open up to 7 days per week. But for example, for the South Coast, we have never opened that area up 7 days per week in that late season. It just provides the option to do it if there's quota to accommodate it in that sub area.
All right, thank you. There are further questions. Lynn Mattis.
Trying to figure out how to ask this without coming across as snarky or bitter. So hopefully you'll take it with that. I was a bit shocked seeing the Appendix 1 and the letter in there. Do you happen to know, was that letter shared with anybody at ODFW or the concept shared with anybody within Oregon? And that may be a question you have to punt.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis. I do not believe that that letter was distributed to ODFW. It was a comment letter submitted to NIMS through the federal comment portal following the publishing of the in-season rule.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on the CDFW report? And I don't see any hands, so thank you, Melanie. I'm going to check my clock here. We've been at this for a while, but we have to go a couple of management and advisory body reports. Let's take up the SAS report. That's next, and Ryan Johnson is online. Ryan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. The SAS discussed the halibut topic and appreciates the opportunity to provide comments. Attachment 3, management objectives. The SAS does not support the proposed change in the language describing the management objectives for incidental halibut catch in the salmon troll fishery and prefers that the language in the catch sharing plan remain in place. Attachment 4, in-season flexibility provisions. The SAS agrees that utilizing the entire Area 2A Pacific halibut allocation is important for both the recreational and commercial sectors and supports further investigating ways to achieve the goal of full attainment of the 2A allocation. The SAS supports in-season flexibility as a tool to fully attain the 2A allocation. However, we understand that ways to approach that flexibility have not yet been fully developed. Attachment 5, non-tribal sport allocation. The SAS continues to have a wide range of opinions on this topic and looks forward to continuing the conversation as additional information becomes available. The SAS looks forward to actively participating as the process continues. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Ryan. Are there questions for Mr. Johnson on the SAS report? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you. You said it was Mr. Johnson. Sorry, I don't know salmon people that well. On the piece about attachment 3 and the management objectives to the salmon troll fishery, was there specific pieces to the language that the SAS objected to, or just in general principle? Just trying to get some clarification on that piece. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the question. Yeah, I think on the whole, it was more so, holistically. We felt the edits or additions didn't so much improve or make the management objectives any clearer than they currently are in the catch sharing plan.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that additional information.
Thank you. Further questions? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Regarding the in-season flexibility provisions and the SAS support for utilization of the entire Area 2A allocation, I was wondering if you discussed specific ways that in the event that the incidental salmon troll allocation is underutilized by the end of the salmon season, have you contemplated recommendations on how the remainder in that pot be fully utilized by year's end? I just don't know that you've ever been asked to offer recommendations on that point. So I was just wondering if you've discussed them.
Sure. Thanks for the question. Yeah, we had quite a discussion on the flexibility piece and for each port. I'd say that the SAS, we would hope for a thorough examination of how, when, and why to make any in-season changes, just due to the differences in all the traditional fishing patterns for each individual catch area and sector and port up and down the coast. That would be what we discussed, just each area, and they behave so differently.
Thank you, Ryan. Further questions on the SAS report? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A clarification to Ryan. Ryan, it's my understanding on the troll side of the halibut that is the allocation for the whole coast from Nia Bay through California. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And so the ongoing salmon season in Washington and the season in Oregon has now started. So salmon fishing is still occurring and halibut catch can accrue incidentally currently through the salmon seasons.
And it's not broken out by states like the sport allocation is that?
No,
correct.
Incidental troll total, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? And I'm not seeing any. So thank you, Ryan. We've passed the hour-and-a-half mark of sitting here, so we're going to take a break. Let's be back in 15 minutes. I realize it's quite a march down the hallway.
Recording stopped.
All right, 1 minute, please. Let's start moving back to our seats and get back into business.
Recording in progress.
Right, we'll start here shortly. We had the gap report queued up next, and Mr. Louis Zim was going to give that. He changed from his bright blue shirt that I was looking for to his multicolored shirt. Now I can see him. Thank you all. And so we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report, Mr. Louis Zim to deliver that to us. Good afternoon, Louis.
And I also have to bring it up on my computer. I rush back to the gap to do some important notes there. So stand by if you will. I've got it right here. Council, my name is Louis Zim. I'm on the GAP nowadays as the vice chair, and I'm going to be reading to you from supplemental GAP report 1, agenda item D1. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report on preliminary catch sharing plan and regulations for implementation in 24 or later. The GAP understands this is a complex subject and only some changes may be made to the catch sharing plan for 24. Others will require more discussion for changes beyond 2024. One of the reasons halibut CSP changes are so difficult is due to the allocative nature of some of the decisions, whether those decisions are direct, simple reallocation between sectors or states, or as a consequence of related regulations designed to meet management objectives or achieve greater flexibility for all sectors, reallocation on a specified date, dependent on fish abundance. California fishermen, particularly sport fishermen in this case, are feeling the pinch of limited fisheries. Salmon fishing was closed in California this year. The status of some nearshore rockfish is forcing charter vessels to fish in deeper water and to reconfigure their business plans. Recreational crabbing can be limited due to potential whale entanglements. And new regulatory changes related to engine emissions are costing commercial passenger fishing vessels additional expense. Halibut provided the opportunity to afford some fishing trips and keep businesses afloat. Therefore, California fishermen are suggesting a change in allocation. Fishermen in Washington and Oregon remain concerned they retain enough halibut to support seasons that have been in place for multiple years. The Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife held public meetings and documented in their ODFW Report 2 that Oregon anglers do not wish to change any allocations between Oregon and California for 24. Similarly, Washington sport fishermen do not wish to change the allocations for 2024. However, after further discussion, the GAP agreed that the proposed allocation changes as modified below should go out for public review. No action is always part of the analysis and one of the options for ongoing consideration. Regardless of the immediate decisions, the GAP agreed that allowing more fisheries to take advantage of the Area 2A fishery constant exploitable yield, or FCEY, would send a signal to the International Pacific Halibut Commission that Area 2A fisheries are important. Furthermore, overall allocation for Area 2A should continue to be set in a year-to-year stable manner. Management objectives. Regarding management objectives for Pacific halibut, the GAP supports the proposals as reflected in attachment 3, move forward for public review. Flexibility. With respect to attachment 4, the proposal to introduce flexibility to all sectors by allowing in-season transfer of projected unused quota between all Washington, Oregon, and California recreational and commercial subareas after August 15th. GAP members agree with the need for flexibility. For the specific proposed text, as outlined in attachment 4, the GAP recommends the language go out for public review with some proposed new options for a trigger date for the in-season flexibility changes described in option 2. Attachment 4 provides proposed text to the current CSP to create a new section detailing the process for an in-season management flexibility protocol to move quota around. However, the actual process for that protocol was a major discussion point in the GAP. The GAP discussed how an in-season flexibility process could work to meet the needs of recreational fisheries. The Pacific Fishery Management Council could consider modeling the process similar to 2 processes that have been used in the Pacific whiting fishery, one for reapportionment of non-whiting groundfish in the at-sea whiting fishery, and the other for reapportioning whiting from the tribal allocation to the non-tribal whiting sectors, which are both briefly described below. If a similar process were developed by the Council for Halibut, each state could identify an amount, if available, that could be transferred to another state by a certain date and consider projected attainment to ensure fall fishery seasons could be prosecuted. Reapportionment of non-whiting in at-sea sectors. In short, this may not be short, this process was set up as an automatic action in which one at-sea sector could notify the National Marine Fisheries Service about the amount of select non-whiting groundfish managed as allocations at the time that could be made available to the other sector, and that amount would be transferred to the other sector for the remainder of the calendar year. There were 2 trigger points included in this regulation. 1, by notification of one sector at any time, or 2, after 80% of the whiting was harvested. This process was used in October 2014 when the CP sector notified NIMS that 3 metric tons of dark blotch rockfish would go unused by the sector and should be reallocated to the mothership sector for the remainder of the year in order to reopen the fishery, which had closed based on attainment of mothership dark blotch allocation. The CP sector would then cease fishing at that time the whiting allocation was attained or the new dark blotch allocation was reached. Tribal reapportionment of whiting allocation. A similar process to look at is the reapportionment process for Pacific whiting from the tribal to non-tribal sectors. As described in 50 CFR 660.131H, participating tribes in the whiting fishery can notify NIMS they do not intend to use a portion of the whiting allocation, and after notifying other treaty tribes with rights to whiting, reapportion it to each of the non-tribal whiting sectors. The regulations also include a trigger date of September 15th, where if a notification had not occurred by that time, discussions between NIMS and the tribes participating in whiting could occur to assess the amount of tribal allocation that will not be used and can there be reapportioned to non-tribal sectors. There is also language allowing for subsequent reapportionments to ensure full utilization of the resource. To be clear, the GAP is not suggesting reapportioning tribal halibut. However, the intent is to identify a process by which halibut could be transferred among the non-tribal recreational fisheries. Potential dates for inclusion. After additional discussion, the GAP recommends including the following dates as options for when a reapportionment via in-season protocol could be considered among the 3 state recreational sectors. Option A, July 15th. Option B, August 1st. Option C, August 15th. The GAP generally agreed that the August 15th date for consideration of reapportionment is too late since we understand that it could take roughly 2 weeks for NIMS to implement, thereby creating an effective fishing date of September 1st. Sport fishermen in California, particularly charter fishermen, would need
more advanced time to notify customers of sport fishing opportunities in the fall, thus an earlier date would be preferred. Sport fishermen in Washington and Oregon agree that earlier dates of July 15th and August 1st should be considered only if projected attainment was used for identifying halibut available for reapportionment, so seasons in late August and September would still have fish available. California Department of Fish and Wildlife in-season proposal. California members of the GAP supported the inclusion of an in-season process for public review, applying a trigger date using the options described above, after which time all recreational fisheries be open 7 days per week and fish against a combined recreational quota for all 3 states as described in supplemental CDFW Report 1. Allocation. Regarding allocations, the GAP used the summary of proposed considerations for analysis from Attachment 5 to guide our discussion. In the interest of time and making the analysis easier, the GAP suggests that option 4 can be eliminated. The resulting allocation from option 4 is insufficient to provide relief for California fishermen, and retaining option 3 will provide enough information for analysis to enable a range of options for future consideration. Regardless of the action taken by the council, the GAP recommends reviewing the allocation for a minimum of 5 years. The CFP currently states that allocations may be changed if new information becomes available. However, the GAP believes that having a more defined time frame for review would be advantageous. In addition, the GAP suggests refining the options to use only method 1, application of the non-tribal level in the calculations, and convert option 3 accordingly. See page 16 of D1 Supplemental Presentation 1. Therefore, method 2 could be eliminated. The range of options recommended by the GAP for public review would be as follows. Method 1, apply the change in allocation to the Area 2A non-tribal level. And we have struck out the option, as I mentioned earlier, method 2, applying the change at the state fishery level. So that would result in option 1, move 1% for the non-tribal Washington sport allocation and 2% for the non-tribal Oregon sport allocation to the non-tribal California sports sector. Option 2, move 0.5% for the non-tribal Washington sport allocation and 1% for the non-tribal Oregon sport allocation to the non-tribal California sport section, also using method 1. Modified option 3, apply method 1 to current option 3, move 0.4% of Washington sport allocation and 0.6% of the Oregon sport allocation to California sports sector. The GAP also considered options proposing to use the Area 2A FCEY as a trigger for reallocation for that year would occur. FCEYs of 1.5 million pounds or 1.3 million pounds are proposed in the attachments. Some members of the GAP suggested both FCEY triggers could be eliminated in the interest of simplifying the analysis for implementation in 2024. Additionally, California recreational fishermen on the GAP suggested that retaining any FCEY trigger would unfairly penalize California sport fisheries. Others on the GAP suggest removing only the 1.5 million pound trigger, and the GAP did not reach consensus at this time. The GAP suggests that any allocation changes consider the distribution of the halibut stock in Area 2A, recognizing that the distribution may change over time. Regulatory. Referencing the regulatory items contained in Attachment 6, commercial fishery changes to VMS, fish receiving ticket forms, and seabird avoidance measures, the GAP agrees with these changes. As noted in our June 23 GAP Report 1 on halibut catch sharing plan and regulatory changes, we specifically supported the VMS and seabird avoidance measures. We did not address the fish receiving ticket forms at that time, but now also agree that requiring both the pounds of halibut landed and the number of halibut landed will provide additional information to inform fishery managers in the future. Future consideration for commercial directed fishery. The GAP also reviewed this year's directed commercial fishery, the first year of management under NIMS, Generally, the season's existing 3-day openers, similar to what was established under IPHC management, worked well. However, it remains a derby fishery, and there is support for eventually moving into another management regime that would afford longer seasons. Additionally, the GAP appreciates NIPS retaining the 2-week separation between openers. This year, the third opener was separated by 3 weeks, which led to frustration by some fishermen accustomed to making business plans around an opener every 2 weeks. The GAP understands it is difficult for NIPS to obtain landing data quick enough to notify the industry about the quota available for subsequent openers. This year was complicated by the July 4th holiday. Therefore, the GAP suggests options for 24 to include an option that the first 2 openers would be separated by 2 weeks, as in 23, with a third opener 4 weeks later. Regardless of the structure, the GAP recommends that NIPS notice all 3 dates for planning purposes. The key here is certainty for subsequent 3-day openers, enabling better planning for fishermen, processors, and enforcement. Summary. Overall, the GAP recommends the following. 1, management objective. Adopt the proposed management adopted changes proposed in attachment 3 for public review. Flexibility. Adopt a proposal described in attachment 4 to introduce flexibility and to use a protocol similar to those used in season for the whitening fishery to better access overall Area 2A FCEY. This would include 3 dates, July 15th, August 1st, August 15th, for consideration of reapportionment based on projected attainments. California representatives also recommend including the CDFW in-season protocol proposal for public review as is described in supplemental CDFW Report 1. Allocation. Adopt for public review the options provided in attachment 5, removing option 4, and using method 1 to configure option 3. This would negate the need to include method 2. Regulatory. Adopt for public review the 3 regulatory changes described in attachment 6. Directed commercial fishery future, this is number 5, maintain 2-week separation between openers for 24 and include an option for the 24 season for the first 2 openers separated by 2 weeks with a third opener 4 weeks later. Notice the dates of the 3 openers prior to the start of the season. Number 6, state CSP proposals for seasons, etc. A, Washington, adopt the proposed season structures presented in WDFW Report 2 for public review. B, Oregon, adopt for public review the proposed Central Coast all depth open day alternatives and the proposed CSP change to remove the word other related to backup dates as outlined in ODFW Report 2. California, adopt for public review the following proposals. Or is that 1? 1 fish bag limit for all recreational fisheries in Area 2A through season trigger date, using above trigger dates discussed above under in-season protocol, after which the bag limit could be increased to 2 fish coastwide. 2, add a provision to CSP to authorize use of rockfish conservation area lines to limit catch of groundfish either pre-season or in-season. And 3, implement a new recreational management line at Point Arena for the area south receiving a set amount up to 1,000 net pounds per year to accommodate de minimis incidental catch. And council, that's all I have for you. Do you have any questions from that?
Thank you, Louis. Are there questions for Mr. Zim on the Ground Fish Advisory Subpanel report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Louis, for the report. Appreciate the effort the GAP put into trying to come to some sort of consensus or at least a cohesive report on this. With the discussion of July 15th, August 1st as possible trigger dates of in-season action, was there any discussion that there are some areas that and some fisheries that don't even open until after those dates and how those sub-areas or fisheries might be incorporated? Thinking specifically to the Central Coast summer all depth fishery, which doesn't open until the first Thursday in August. Therefore, struggling with how that would work with a July 15th date of reapportionment when the fishery doesn't even open for another 2 to 3 weeks.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis. In the GAP, we did not discuss that particular thing. However, the general consensus or feeling that if we put these dates out for public review, that those situations and problems would certainly rear their heads.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions on the GAP report? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Louis. I'm looking at the GAP's advice on how we might think about in-season flexibility processes. And the GAP brings up two existing processes in the whiting fishery that might serve as examples for us to consider. The first is when an at-sea sector notifies nymphs about the amount of non-whiting groundfish that could be made available to other sectors. And then the second option was the tribal reapportionment of whiting, where participating tribes can notify nymphs they don't intend to use a portion of their allocation. My question for you is, these are, I think, very good examples of where reapportionment schemes are set up and have been utilized in other sectors of the groundfish fishery. But what strikes me about each of these examples is that it requires a sector that has a pot of fish to notify nymphs about availability of fish they expect to be remaining in their pot. Did the GAP discuss the likelihood of any sectors utilizing this type of a reapportionment plan for Pacific halibut? What's the likelihood that this might happen?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Yaremko. These two proposals or examples, I should say, were put forward by staff to help us think about these things. And we did reserve some judgment on whether this kind of thing would actually happen. We discussed these and saw that they were difficult and complicated, and they were just more than anything example of things that already occur in the groundfish world. As to whether a state would want to go down the path of flagging what they could see as a possible shortage or overage, that really would have to be addressed to the states themselves, I believe. Thank you.
Follow up, Marcy?
Yeah, thank you. You just said would need to be addressed by the states themselves. I'm thinking about, we're talking multiple pots of fish and not just the state recreational fisheries, but I would understand that this would also apply, for example, to the incidental salmon troll sector and potentially the halibut fishery north of Chehalis, incidental to sablefish. So I was just wondering if the GAP representatives in the room from the various sectors discussed, their willingness or the likelihood of somebody raising their hand and picking up the phone and calling nymphs and saying, hey, we don't think we're going to use all our fish.
Thank you. And through the chair, Ms. Yaremko, I do want to make clear that in the GAP, we were considering distribution only from recreational. We expressly did not consider redistribution from commercial sectors, if that helps.
Thank you. And if I may,
yes.
So regarding that, I note that the GAP statement includes a reference to the CDFW in-season proposal, which would essentially pool the remainder of the state recreational fishery share pot of fish quota amount remaining after the trigger. The GAP sounds like you didn't reach a consensus on whether this is recommended for inclusion in the range of alternatives at this time. You just make a reference to the California members of the GAP supporting the inclusion. Is that because the GAP didn't discuss this thoroughly and have enough time to come up with whether or not they agreed that this was an element that should go out for public review, or maybe you can give me a little background on this short paragraph in the GAP statement.
Thank you. Through the chair and Ms. Urenco. The CDFW contribution came very late in the discussion. We had extensive collegial but somewhat tense discussions in the days before. And I, as vice chair, attempted to get the consensus of the GAP on the CDFW proposal that you're referring to in the text that you referred to. And I could only get support from the California delegation on that. The rest of the delegation refused to support it or even comment on
it. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Further questions on the GAP report? I don't see any hands. Thank you, Louis. And lastly, we'll go in our reports. We have the enforcement consultants report. Captain Dan Chadwick is here to deliver that. Good afternoon, Captain Chadwick.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council, my name is Dan Chadwick. I'll be representing the EC. Reading from agenda item D1A, supplemental EC report on preliminary catch sharing plan and regulations for implementation in 2024, not later. The enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with agenda item D1, attachment 6, and have the following comments. The EC has made prior statements on this topic at the November 2019 council meeting, September 2022 council meeting, and June 2023 council meeting. Starting with vessel monitoring system, as stated prior, the EC is concerned with the ability to enforce closed area regulations on directed commercial halibut vessels that do not carry VMS. Currently, monitoring activity in closed areas is only possible by on-scene enforcement assets. Identifying vessels and determining whether or not gear was illegally set in a closed area is extremely difficult to detect due to the large area, limited number of patrol assets, and the vessel's ability to set and recover gear undetected at night or during periods of reduced visibility. The EC discussed the need for VMS on salmon trawlers, incidentally retaining halibut, and does not believe VMS should be required for those vessels that do not also retain groundfish, since there is no difference in retention requirements if the vessel is operating inside or outside the non-trawl rockfish conservation area. The EC requests the council adopt option 1B and require all vessels participating in the non-tribal commercial directed halibut fishery to carry VMS and implement any regulations associated with a VMS requirement. The EC also requests a 15-minute ping rate for consistency purposes with the groundfish requirements. Number 2, fish receiving tickets. The EC requests the council adopt option 2B that require all non-tribal commercial fish receiving tickets to report the number of pounds and the number of individual fish for halibut landings. The individual number of fish is helpful to both enforcement and fish managers, regardless if it is a ratio or vessel limit. And finally, seabird avoidance gear. The EC recommends seabird avoidance gear be required when participating in the non-tribal directed commercial area to a halibut fishery. Currently, only those retaining groundfish are required to deploy seabird avoidance gear. The same fishing gear is being used during the directed halibut fishery, whether retaining halibut or mixing halibut and groundfish. Having vessels alongside one another in this fishery adds enforcement challenges when one vessel is deploying the seabird avoidance gear and the other is not. Enforcement has cited several vessels each of the past 3 years for noncompliance with seabird avoidance gear requirements during the directed commercial halibut fishery and continues to inform fishers of this requirement in a preseason web story. Requiring everyone to conduct business the same way will likely improve compliance. The EC requests the council adopt option 3B and require vessels participating in the non-tribal commercial directed halibut fishery to deploy streamer lines when the rules governing the use of seabird avoidance gear in the Pacific groundfish fishery are met. That concludes my statement. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Are there questions on the enforcement consultants report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Captain Chadwick. It's not addressed in your report, but Mr. Zim mentioned it a little bit in the GAP report about the timing of after the first 2 commercial halibut openers. I know I've had some discussions with OSP. Did the EC in general have any discussion about timing of subsequent openers after those first 2 announced ones that would make it easier for you all to do your job?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. We did have a short discussion on this, and we would request that any dates get prearranged. Scrambling assets, Washington, all along the coast, we're used to having openers thrown at us to quickly scramble assets, but the more notice we have on these fisheries, the better. So if we could designate the dates for these fisheries ahead of time, that would be preferable.
Thank you for that additional information.
Thank you. Further questions? And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
That completes our management and advisory body reports and takes us to public comment. I believe there are 3 signups. It is now on the screen before us. We will start with Tim Klassen, followed by Harry Adams. Tim, good afternoon. Microphone, please.
I'm on. Thank you again. My name is Tim Clausen, and I'm representing the Golden Gate Fishermen's Association in Northern California. We respectfully submit the following. For the non-tribal sport allocation in Area 2A, we support option 1. California has consistently caught its entire quota, and it appears that the fish population continues to expand southward, as Fort Bragg had unusually high catches this year. We do not support an allocation shift linked to the FCEY. Whether the FCEY increases or decreases, all states should share proportionately. We support a provision that would allow the transfer of quota when it appears one area will not be able to use all of its allocation. This will help prevent the stranding of quota and is a benefit to all of 2A. There should be a trigger date that is early enough to provide maximum benefit. We support an early trigger date of August 1st. We do not support a 2-fish bag limit. A consistent bag limit for all states promotes fairness and equity. And I recently had a communication with IPHC, and we discussed how much they ascribe to California. And it's about 10 to 12%. So with 1.5 million pound FCEY, that would be about 150,000 pounds that they assume in California. That's based on the FIS surveys. Out of that, California gets less than 40,000 pounds for the recreational. And that's actually the main reason we're asking for some more fish. And last of all, I really want to thank the council and its staff and each state, Oregon and Washington, and our people in California for all the time and effort everybody's put into this. I know it's been a lot of extra work, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions for Tim on his testimony? Lynn Mattis?
thank you. I appreciate your coming to talk to us. On the 2 fish bag limit, what's the bottom fish bag limit in California right now?
Right now it's 10 and our season is 6 months.
Okay, in Oregon, the bag limit is 5. Does that not provide the same sort of advantage in marketing as a 2 fish versus a 1 fish? I'm trying to understand why having different bag limits in different states is okay with some species, but not with others.
Well, halibut is a little different animal than it's more of a glamour species, I guess. So a two halibut limit actually is a pretty big driver business wise. Probably wouldn't be a big deal if we didn't have 2 cities that are only, or towns that are only 20 miles apart, Brookings and Crescent City. But I know it's pulled some business out of Crescent City for the charters. And then, California, the rockfish is not open year round, so they don't get the benefit of any of the rockfish business when California is closed.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question for you, Tim, but I mostly just wanted to acknowledge your passion for this issue and how you've been a gentleman throughout in bringing forward and advocating for your cause, and and also appreciate your contribution to getting us larger quotas here through IPHC and being on the conference board. So just wanted to thank you for that. And I don't mean to be nitpicky, although maybe I am. In your testimony, you said something about when I think you use the term area, when one area is projected not to need whatever it has, that area's quota would be available for transfer. And I'm just wondering, area versus state. When I think about, for example, when I think about Washington, we have 4 areas and we oftentimes transfer quota between areas depending on how the effort plays out and all that. But if we got into I thought we were more talking about if we get into a situation where we weren't going to use our state quota, and so the area versus state caught my ear when you said that.
That would be a misspeak on my part, that I did intend it to be state, yes.
Thanks, Tim.
Right. Thank you. Further questions? And don't believe I see no hands, so thank you again, Tim.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Harry Adams. Harry will be followed by Paul Morante. I believe Harry left. We did hear from him this morning, I believe, during the open public comment period. So don't forget those comments because they were directed at this particular topic. So Paul Morante. Good afternoon, Paul. And make sure the microphone is on there. The green light will be on.
Green light. Okay. My name is Paul Morante. I spoke in the June meeting. I'm from Westport, and I represent the Westport charter boat operators and the coastal operators also. And my job is to represent them and maybe ask some ideas as to try to help the charter boat guys in California. I have some of my own ideas, and some of them are come from my guys. Right now, to be honest, my sector, my guys are not very enthused about giving any of their halibut up for numerous reasons. One not more than the other, but one is that we really like to see some innovation to make your quotas last longer. And I say that after, as I said, you might have remembered, I started running charter boats in 1975 and I sold my boat in 2018. And we've been through this. Yes, it is fair to say that charter fishermen in California are going through a very hardship times. Well, we know what that's all about. Okay. And through that, we've evolved our fisheries to nurse what they call nurse along small quotas and to make a more socioeconomic positive effect on the fleet and the town. So right now, the guys are pretty reluctant to give up any quota until we start seeing some innovations. I have one idea that just came to me today in California. Abstain from fishing on Saturdays. May, June, July, that's 12 Saturdays. You don't fish on 12 Saturdays, that fish has not been caught and it's available in August. That's some of the ideas we have. We do not fish on Saturdays for halibut in the state of Washington. We know how things can go and how quick they can go. I can't remember the exact week it was. I think it was the last week, maybe the last week in June, 25th to the 29th, 4 days of fishing. 4 days of fishing, state of Washington caught 41,000 pounds in 4 days. So we know how fast a quota could go. Okay, 7 days a week, you're going to eat up your quota fast, whether you got weather or not. I endorse the trigger date of August 15th. This will allow our people in the state of Washington to calculate if there's enough quota to shift anywhere else. And we have evolved to have August dates and September dates already implanted. And looking ahead, coming with some dark colored glasses, we got this El Nino bearing down on us. And I'm anticipating some 2016 seasons coming up where we don't have much salmon. And we're going to need a valuable, attractive fishery for our business. And that's why we're establishing some halibut fishing in the late summer. We never used to do that, but we've got quota for the late summer and we're going to try to use them. And that's why the August 15th trigger date, if anything, is going to be dispersed. And as long as there's quota left over to handle those dates, but based on our catch rate leading up to those dates, we might have the ability to shift them somewhere. And I want to kind of give one more feature to this one. In my studies, I've been through a couple things over the last 18 years. Unless I press the wrong buttons on my calculator, Washington State, is above 90% attainment every year. I mean, with the exception of the COVID years, and this year started out kind of strange. It was pretty slow. The longliners warned the guys, and we weren't catching right off the bat, but we've caught up. Like I said, that 1 week there, we caught 41,000 pounds. But what led me to something I didn't realize, but you have 988,000 pounds. And I view this way, I view the whole thing as managed in terms of sectors or areas, not states. And there's 9 different stakeholder user groups from Cape Flattery, or from Puget Sound, actually, down to California. And Puget Sound, which basically to me is the Straits of Juan de Fuca. Puget Sound south of Port Townsend. I fished up in Puget Sound for 20 years. And if someone said, where can you catch a halibut? I don't know. But most of the halibut are caught in the Straits of Juan de Fuca, 8% of the non-tribal allocation. Washington North Coast, Lapushnia Base, 13%. Washington South Coast, which is Westport, 6.5%. Columbia River, Ilwaco, Astoria, 2%. Spring all depth, 17%. Oregon summer all depth, 7%. Oregon nearshore, 3%. Brookings is given 1%. California, 4%. And I thought about that. Wait a minute, there's several ports that use halibut that are less than what California uses. I'm just saying that's just, unless I press the wrong buttons on my calculator, that's what they came up with. So there's comparable. So you get down to 6.5%, 3%, 2%, 6.5% where we are, and you have a lot of halibut out there that start, but you have to be very careful. You're going to use that quota up very fast. So I'm going to interject that. But those are my ideas. We need halibut later on in the summer where we traditionally maybe not have. And so some of that leftover quota that might be available might not. Just to keep in mind, that's not to be cruel or mean or sinister. That's just because of the necessities I think that loom ahead. And so we like to see, and I'll just throw this one final thought out there to show that it's not that we don't care about our buddies in California, but if there was a way which they can attain, I guess this might be up to the halibut commissioners when they can emphatically prove they've got 100, not just one set line survey, not just one, but they emphatically prove scientifically undeniable they've got a lot more fish to catch in their area. And instead of that being emulsified in all of 2A where they don't benefit that much, if there's a way to retain a good chunk of that, which would help them, that might be something to think about. But also keep in mind on that same note, 988,000 pounds made available. That's contributed by the northern, the halibut that are assessed biologically off the state of Washington and Oregon too, which contributes to the whole thing also. So anyway, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Paul. Are there questions for Mr. Morante on his testimony? And I don't see any hands. So again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes all our reports and our public testimony, concludes our listening phase and takes us into discussion. So the council action before you is up there. Adopt a preliminary catch sharing plan and regulation changes for public review for implementation in 2024 or later as needed. And I will look for any hands to start the discussion here. I know there's a lot to digest. Mr. Gorelnik.
Well, I know how difficult it can be to get the ice broken, so I will break the ice. Every time this comes up at the council, it's really difficult. It's difficult for everyone because there are only so many fish out there and they have to be shared. I just want to point out that for purposes of today's action, we're merely adopting some alternatives for public review and that we don't have to drill down and say who gets what here. It's just a matter of establishing the range and let's see what the public has to say. I may have more to say, but I just wanted to break the ice there.
Thank you, Mark. Any other hands? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I agree that this is a difficult discussion as it is whenever we get into allocation issues, and a number of sectors, states, et cetera, are experiencing difficulties with no salmon seasons, with reduced bottom fish opportunities, and trying to find anything to help fill that void, help provide some opportunity. And Pacific halibut seems to be one of those that we're looking to right now. I appreciate the discussions we've been having, and I know they've been tense and they may likely continue to be tense. Also appreciate the GAP trying to help eliminate some options for us to help make our decisions easier. I do have some concerns about some of the proposed management measures as we're moving forward, particularly the in-season flexibility date, considering that Oregon sets aside a certain amount of quota for a late season fishery and how that would interact. That being said, I appreciate the discussions we've had and the reminder that this is just sending things out for getting review from the public. I don't know that I've helped the discussion, but at least tried to express a few thoughts to begin with.
Thank you, Lynn. I'll look for other hands to continue the discussion, offer comments, and remind you that motions are needed for our action today. Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasselmer. There's nothing tougher than these discussions. It affects virtually everybody. I think that one way to look at this is, well, it's fortunate that the Halibut Commission didn't continue the hook and line survey into California. I believe the number is 11% was in California waters, I believe. What the one they did, who knows where it's at right now. But it kind of makes me wonder how much fish would have to move into California before we did make a decision. Does that matter in this context of this subject matter as far as where the fish live? because I know that we apportion sablefish north and south by how much fish live above and below 36 degrees. Stock assessments for ground fish are apportioned, if they're not coastwide, they're apportioned north of 40-10. An example, like chili pepper, 7% of the chili pepper rockfish goes to the shelf rockfish complex. So I think I'm just saying it's more for consistency. Is how, and so as far as how we do business. And so I do know there's more halibut in California than there has been in previous years because that's when the fish is out of Eureka. And I can say that for the last 4 or 5 years that I've never known of a spot where people just didn't go anymore because there's too much halibut to fish there. Basically, guys, hey, I think we had 44 halibut one time right in front of Eureka. And so, with catch monitors or observers on board a boat, we see that and word gets around and we close those areas. This is voluntarily. So I would say that also that we've been sharing California salmon for a long time. And I voted no on the last time this came up because I thought the arguments that put forward by folks weren't that good. So I'm going to throw some out there just because I think they should be out there at least for discussion. I'm not sure where we're going, but I hope we could get something that works for everybody. It'd be interesting to hear. Well, I don't want to get into particular details, but this is a tough decision. Whatever we do when we get to the end of this. And I think we just need to be consistent on how we manage fisheries. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. As painful as it is, I think it's always good to go back and take a look at your management regimes that we have for various fisheries. And I think we're doing a deeper dive on halibut, obviously, than we normally do. And I think that's as painful as it's been so far. That's been, I think, a good thing to do. I don't know where the halibut resource is going. The last IPHC meeting in January, our stock assessment authors, there were like 6 or 7 indicators, and they were all at the bottom, as low as they've seen them in a long time, from everything from recruitment and what they saw is the spawning biomass was going down and lack of strong year classes and all that stuff. So I don't know where we're headed, in a broader sense in terms of whether 165 that we have now is a CEY and a 1.5 or so FCEY is going to maintain itself. I can unfortunately remember when we've been down and under 1 million. And if you think things are tough now, you get down to those levels and it really is difficult. I think our discussion, as hard as we have fought, and I say we, really led by the tribes, the Makah tribe in particular, Russ and Patrick DePoe, bringing forward the 165 and whatever that was 5 years ago now, I think. We have and there's, this states, all 3 of them are on the table here, and National Marine Fisheries Service and people like Tim and others have contributed to that argument that how important that number has been to Area 2A my point there is I think demonstrating that we need those fish by catching them is an important thing for us to do. And I think the discussion around in-season management, flexibility, I think that, has largely been something that has been out of reach for us in the past, or we have believed it to be out of reach. And so I think trying to reach for it and figure out a potential process whereby we could make some in-season transfer quota to more fully utilize our 2A quota is a good thing. And I will have a suggestion on how to move forward in that when the time comes. The allocation piece and, what's fair, what's equitable, is as in many cases, is in the eyes of the beholder. Is it days on the water? Is it total catch? Is what, how finite do we divide it up into different areas? Our catch share plan, I remember when it was developed, there was a time we didn't have one. But as the management of halibut matured and our recreational fisheries developed in Area 2A, and we had some really horrible allocation discussions when we initially got the catch sharing plan that we do now, and the non-treaty commercial fishery north of Grace Harbor was eliminated. That's why the incidental catch in the sablefish fishery comes out of the Washington sport share, was because Washington brought forward to the Council for consideration a recreational priority north of Grace Harbor. And it was in large part because we had the tribal share went from 25 to 35% from 1989 to 1993, I think it was. And then we had a payback provision for 3 years. So we've been through a lot. And I think we've spent a lot of time and appreciate all the work the states have done in bringing forward the information about how their various fisheries are prosecuted and put together, and the rationale behind how they manage their fisheries. When we started down this road, the thing that I was probably most concerned about relative to allocation is what happened, at least in Washington, during the pandemic and the closing of Nia Bay and the push. Nia Bay was by far and away is where the most anglers went. It's where the most catch was. The catch and the push would have had as many. There's just the port's not that big. But when those ports closed down, not all, but a portion of those found other places to fish halibut, and one of them was in Westport. And Westport's, so the distribution, number one, the distribution of our angler effort through our different areas has changed dramatically in the last few years. So trying to look at the performance of fisheries during this time of upheaval associated with COVID, at least in Washington, was a concern as to people drawing conclusions from looking ahead by what happened in the last couple of years. So I'm going to stop there. I'll probably have some comments on motions that are made and so forth, but I think this is worthwhile for us to do. I think we'll be better off when we're done, regardless of where we end up. I think we'll make some improvements to the catch share plan. I'm hoping we'll make some improvements to our in-season flexibility capabilities. And I think we've enhanced our understanding of the various fisheries along the coast amongst each other.
Thank you, Phil. Further discussion? Comments? Appears we're running out of general discussion and comments, and remind you that we do need motions at the end of the day to complete our action. Lynn Mattis?
If we're to that point, I have a motion that I think it should be an easy one to get us started and maybe get us going.
Thank you.
If it's appropriate.
Let's roll with it.
Sandra and Renee, it's ODFW motion 1 that I sent a few minutes ago. And this is just going to be in regards to the proposed changes to the Oregon recreational fishery in report 2. So I move the council forward for public review, the proposed change to the catch sharing plan for the Oregon recreational fishery as shown in agenda item D1A supplemental ODFW report 2.
Thank you, Lynn. Is the language that's on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Chris Svensson. Go ahead and speak to your motion as necessary.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This one seemed like it was an easy one to get us started, break the ice. It's just changing some language to the fixed dates or the fixed and backup dates in the Oregon Central Coast Sub-area all-depth fishery. So it just seems simple. I don't know that I need to speak much more to it.
Thank you. Are there questions for the maker of the motion? Heather Hall?
Sorry about that. Excuse me. I don't have any questions, but I do have a motion ready when the time is appropriate.
All right, let's finish this one up then. Questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Seeing none, open it up for discussion on the motion. There are no hands, so I will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. Heather, please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Just going to pile on the approach of checking off the low-hanging fruit here. I have a motion. This is my WDFW motion 1, Sandra. Thank you. I move that the council adopt the proposed season structure alternatives and changes to the catch sharing plan for 2024 as described in agenda item D1, supplemental WDFW report 2 for public review.
Thank you. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
Right. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you. This really just puts out a range of alternatives that reflect public input from our stakeholders and supported by the GAP in their report. I think it gives us a good starting point for our discussion to come back for final action in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Not seeing any hands on that. I'll ask if there's any discussion on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I seconded it as I expressed after Ms. Hall talked about the report, since it does include the Columbia River, which we co-manage, and that we are supportive of it. Therefore, it seemed appropriate to be the one to second it and agree with it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I too have a easy low-hanging fruit motion for CDFW. Sandra, just checking that. 1 minute. Okay. Thank you, Sandra. I move the council adopt for public review the California subarea management options described in supplemental CDFW report 1-2. Add a provision to the CSP to authorize use of the RCA lines as defined in federal regulations at 50 CFR Part 660 in the recreational Pacific halibut fishery off California to limit catch of groundfish species of concern, which would be including but not limited to quillback rockfish, either through preseason or in-season implementation by nymphs. Second, to implement a new recreational management line at Point Arena to form 2 California subareas north and south of Point Arena. The California recreational allocation would be shared between the 2 areas, with the area south of Point Arena receiving a set amount of up to 1,000 net pounds per year to accommodate de minimis incidental catch in that area.
Thank you, Marcy. Is the language on the screen accurate, complete? And I noticed when you were reading, you skipped the latitude reference, but I assume that is correct for Point Arena.
Yes, it is 38 degrees, 57.5 minutes north latitude. Thank you.
All right, and everything else is accurate. Is there a second on the motion? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Yes, we covered this content in our report and just giving us the ability to use RCA lines to manage the recreational fishery to minimize impacts on certain groundfish species of concern would be a benefit to minimize interactions with certain species. And then secondly, the new management area that we are proposing for south of Arena. We've heard a number of public comments in recent Pacific halibut discussions about fish in the San Francisco area around the fair lawns that occasionally come available into the fall and are occasionally taken in fall months after the directed Pacific halibut fishery has closed for the season. So this alteration of the sub area would accommodate de minimis incidental catch in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there any questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for the motion, Marcy. My question on the next to last line where it says Point Arena receiving a set amount, and then in parens the up to 1,000 net pounds per year. So I thought before you had I thought the set amount was 1,000 pounds, but it sounds like the 1,000 pounds could vary from year to year. Because it says up to.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mr. Anderson. We haven't, I guess you'd say, finalized the recommendation on the set poundage amount. It might be 500 pounds. It might be 1,000 pounds. We haven't gone back to review the actual catch estimates from this area to determine what an appropriate amount might be. And again, this is a very de minimis opportunity. It's 1 or 2 fish a year, but we think there might be value in allowing retention of those occasionally caught fish so that we can attain some biological data from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Not seeing any hands, so I'll open it up for discussion. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Lindsay, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I plan to vote in favor of the motion, but I just wanted to highlight that at least for the first bullet, that's going to require some regulatory changes to put that in place, which would probably require a few more details of how those RCAs would operate, transit, variety of things that would likely require further details prior to some sort of final adoption. And so I just wanted to highlight for the council now that although we're comfortable putting this out for public review and giving the public some heads up, if you will, that this is something that council's looking to potentially review, that there's going to be some more finer scale details to be figured out. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? And again, I'm not seeing any hands, so I will call the question on this item. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. That has taken care of, I believe, the catch sharing plan. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have another motion that addresses season structure for 2024. This is Sandra WDFW motion 3. That's it. Thank you, Sandra. I move that the council consider the status quo directed halibut fishery structure for 2024. That is, the 2024 season would be a series of 3-day openings beginning at 8 a.m. on the 4th Tuesday in June, ending at 6 p.m. on the Thursday of that week. Include the following in the range of alternatives for public review: 2 options for announcing 3-day openings. Status quo, additional 3-day openings would occur every other week, Tuesday through Thursday, until the directed fishery allocation is obtained. And option 1, 3-day openings would occur every other week, Tuesday through Thursday for the first 2 openers, with subsequent openings separated by 4 weeks. Notice the dates of the first 3 openers prior to the start of the season.
Thank you, Heather. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Thank you. Go ahead and speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This motion and action is just to include the season structure for the directed halibut fishery, maintaining the basic 3-day-a-week openings, but then addressing the option that the GAP requested be considered, included at least for public review, where the first couple of openings would be more traditional, separated by 2 weeks. And then after that, as catch accounting needs for nymphs requires, would be separated by 4 weeks. And then the notice the dates for the first 3 openers just gives folks a good idea to get ways down the road in that directed halibut fishery where they know what to expect.
All right, thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Not seeing any hands. Is there any discussion to follow regarding the motion? And I'm not seeing, well, Marcy Yaremko.
Just wanted to convey that this motion reflects the discussion we had in our delegation this morning and was requested by the DC participants to give them some ability to plan better. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? And I don't see any hands, so I will call the question on this one. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this still comes under the definition of low-hanging fruit. Might have to use a step ladder, but I think you can still get there. Sandra, this is the management objectives motion. I think there's a little bit more at the top, isn't there? There we go. Thank you. With your permission, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll proceed.
Please proceed.
I move the council adopt for public review the proposed management objectives for the catch sharing plan as described in agenda item D1, attachment 3, with the revision to section 1, incidental halibut catch in the salmon troll fishery as written below. That is one incidental halibut catch in the salmon troll fishery. Primary management objective for this fishery is to harvest the subquota as an incidental catch during the April-June salmon troll fishery. Second management objective is to harvest the remaining troll quota as incidental catch during the remainder of the salmon troll fishery. These management objectives will be achieved through landing restrictions, see section 5.7.4. The landing restrictions are meant to assure that the incidental harvest rate is appropriate for salmon and halibut availability, does not encourage target fishing on halibut, ensure an equitable sharing of the halibut landings among the fishers, and does not increase the likelihood of exceeding the quota for this fishery.
Thank you, Phil. Is that language that's on the screen? I believe it's accurate and complete. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Butch Smith. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. We've heard from the SAS that they would like to maintain the status quo language. This motion largely does that in the first paragraph. It does add the last sentence in that first paragraph, which was part of the proposed language in our attachment 3, which is the management objectives will be achieved through landing restrictions in that section 574. And then it also includes the second paragraph that was included in attachment 3 that is new language that I thought enhanced the explanation of the fishery and the management objectives. That was the rationale in bringing this forward, this slightly modified in keeping with and in recognition of the comments we received from the Salmon Advisory Subpanel.
Thank you. Phil, are there any questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Not seeing hands. Is there any discussion on this motion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the brief interaction I had with the SAS member and their feedback, and then Mr. Anderson's cleanup here. The intent when we were working on this between June and now was not to try to change the intent of the objectives or anything, but to maybe streamline the process a little bit more. Some feedback I'd been hearing from Oregon salmon managers. So I think Mr. Anderson's recommendation here does that, and appreciate the quick feedback we got from the SAS and them answering my questions to help me understand where the issue was.
Thank you, Lynn. Further discussion on this motion? And I'm not seeing any hands. I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Phil. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have another motion. This is WDFW motion 2. Thank you, Sandra. I move that the council adopt the proposed regulatory changes as described in agenda item D1, attachment 6 for public review.
That looks accurate and complete, is it?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. Is there a second to the motion? Lynn Mattis. Seconds. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This motion adopts the regulatory changes that we've been hearing about and the EC has been discussing for a while for public review. It reflects the input from the EC report, which also supported the options in attachment 6 for public review. I think that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Not seeing hands. Any discussion on the motion? Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I apologize if this sounds a little bit repetitive. As the council might guess, when you start getting into VMS regulations and some of the things being proposed by the EC, the devil's in the details, and we're likely going to need to see a further, more in-depth analysis of sort of the exact participants involved in some of this, some of the cost benefit analysis Robin mentioned in her proposal. So again, NIMS is in favor and we'll vote in favor of this motion to put this out for public review, but just want to again highlight maybe what is already known around the table, that there's going to be some more details that need to be fleshed out for these. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Further discussion? Give ample time here for anyone to raise their hand. Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. Let me just take a break, and we haven't heard from Robin in a while. I will just ask her how we are proceeding and what other work we need to do here. Robin?
Hey, Mr. Vice Chair, I have been tracking all of your conversations well. I think you guys are moving through the motions and the work that we need to get done. There's 2 more items, and they're probably the biggest one. So you have indeed taken care of the lower hanging fruit. What I think we need from the council yet are motions that would address the flexibility in season topic, items found in attachment 4, and also including some of the proposals found in the GAP statement and in the CDFW statement, and then also the allocation shift topic that would be in attachment 5. And I think certainly the GAP addressed those topics, and I think California might have as well in their report. But either way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down, 2 to go.
Thank you, Robin. That's what I had on my checklist. I just wanted to confirm that. So I will look around for hands. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm willing to sacrifice myself and take a crack at the in-season flexibility matter. I do have a motion prepared. It will need a little editing, but I can do that as I read it. The motion is pursuant to recreational halibut quoting and season management flexibility. I move the council adopt for public review the following in-season management process for potential in-season recreational halibut quota transfer between states. You can get rid of the 1 if you would, because there isn't a 2. There was at one time, but it's gone. Similar to the flexibility provided in the non-treaty whiting fishery, create a process that sets up as an automatic action in which one state could notify the National Marine Fisheries Service at the earliest time possible, taking into account state management objectives, an amount of their recreational halibut allocation that could be made available to another state. Up to that amount could be transferred to another state for their use through the remainder of the calendar year. It's not, the next one isn't meant to be indented. It's my typing skills or lack thereof. NIMS would notify the other two states and determine through those discussions how to reapportion the unutilized pounds. The regulations also include a trigger date of August 15th, where if a notification had not occurred by that time, discussions between NIMS, or excuse me, I have to deviate and I'll go slow here, Sandra. I'm going to start after the word time. So there you go. So after the word time, council staff would facilitate a discussion between Mass Marine Fisheries Service and the 3 states to receive updates on catches and other in-season matters as needed.
Thank you, Phil. Give you a minute to look at that to make sure it's accurate and complete, and then I'll ask you. Does it look good?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Heather Hall. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I obviously stole or borrowed an idea that came forward from council staff in their discussions with the GAP and in the identification of current process that exists. And obviously, this would need to be flushed out between now and November by council staff, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the states. But the principal objectives here, number one, set up something where if poundage was identified that could be transferred, that the transfer could be made and begin being utilized by the other state in a timely, what I'll call a timely fashion. The other principle here is that it is the state who is the entity that determines whether or not they have excess quota or unutilized quota. And it is the state that determines when they are able to make that determination. So I'm not setting up multiple triggers, dates. I'm using the term earliest time possible so that the states could track their individual area quotas, and if they, as well as their fishery overall from a state, a holistic perspective from the state. And if they conclude that they have extra halibut, then they could make that notification to NIMS, and that would set up this process. It also obviously would, in addition to that, in the absence of a notification occurring on or before August 15th, it would have the council staff facilitate a call to get updates from each one of the states with NIMS participation so that the various states were up to speed and understanding of how each other's fishery was proceeding and whether or not there may be some unused quota identified at a date later than August 15th. Those were the kind of the principles that I used in developing this proposal.
Thank you, Phil. Are there any questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? I don't see any hands, so I will open it up for discussion on the motion. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just not a question on clarifying the language, but I'm just asking your assessment, Phil, of the likelihood of a state notifying of availability of expected extra quota in the sub area to be made available to another state prior to August 15th.
Phil.
I believe that all three of our states that manage halibut are responsible managers, and that they carefully track their catch, and that they have a predictive capability, and that when we have our season objectives specified in our catch sharing plan, in many cases we have the days, the number of days that are available to fish. And I think that if they get into a situation where there are fish that they will not be able to utilize, that they will be ready and willing to make those fish available to another state. What the probability of it happening are, I never have been to a casino and done any gambling, and I'm not going to start now.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm just looking at the last sentence and the trigger date of August 15th. Am I understanding that that trigger date is to result in council staff inquiring with the three states on catch-up dates? But then I don't see anything following that. It sounds like a discussion would happen, but there's no associated action with that. Is there a connection to this, with the quota transfer? There's no mention of quota transfer. It just sounds like a discussion about progress of catch in each fishery. So I'm just looking for some clarification about what the trigger actually does.
Trigger does two things that could happen now if people, we don't have to make it happen. It could happen voluntarily, but I don't believe it has. And so this would set up a specific discussion point, communication point between the states to update each other on where they are on their catches and whether or not they believe that there will be any unutilized catch as they look forward to the balance of their seasons and their current catch. Do they believe that there will be any unutilized quota in their states? And if so, when might that occur? So that's the purpose of it. It doesn't trigger an action in that it doesn't mandate a transfer of quota be made available at that time. But at the same time, if there was, for example, a sense that that some fish would be available in September, that there would be potentially some kind of an early heads up about that and some planning.
Further discussion on this motion. Josh Lindsay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. and maybe this should have come during the questions and clarification. So I may turn to Mr. Anderson to better understand some of the intent, if that's okay. Recognizing that you sort of preempted some of my earlier comments and recognizing there may be some more details that need to be figured out. You note in that first part, similar to the flexibility, are you envisioning then, at least my understanding and recognizing that folks around this table understand whiting much better than I do. My understanding is that has some very specific numbers and proportionments associated with how that determination gets made, which enables the one meeting or one notice in season action that the agency takes. Were you envisioning similar sort of criteria being developed for this process?
I'm not an expert on the in-season transfer protocols for whiting. I do know that there are some people who are experts, and several of those experts participated in the GAP meeting. And at least one of those experts that I think was supported by another of those experts included this as a potential way to do this in the GAP report. And because I know who those people are and I have a great deal of confidence that they know what they're talking about, thought that that sounded like a reasonable thing to look at and potentially, and it as the motion says, it says create a process that sets up something similar that results in that automatic action. So yeah, I'm not the one to sit down and look and say this is how it would work, and or that it needs to be changed in these ways in order for it to work. You and your folks are, along with others. But it does work in the whiting fishery. And they're not specific amounts. Those amounts that are transferred between the at-sea sectors, when that does occur, vary from year to year on what's unutilized. I did not include, they also had another example of where they're transferring unutilized fish from the tribes to the non-treaty fishery. And there is a trigger date, I think, of September 15th. If nothing happens, there is an automatic communication that occurs on September 15th. That's where that second paragraph here came from, that idea or that concept came from. So I tried to pull that concept out of that process. This may get flushed out and come back in November and with a this isn't going to work answer. I don't know, but because I have a great deal of confidence in the experts that suggested that we think about this, I thought that it had merit and deserved some further thinking.
Thank you. Josh, further questions?
No, just through the Vice Chair. I appreciate Mr. Anderson providing that context for it, and it's helpful.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I read this motion and my takeaway from it is it really doesn't do anything. It gives an appearance that a state might raise their hand and say, I think maybe I might have some fish by the end of the year. But I'm not hearing that or not expecting there to be great likelihood that would happen. And then an August 15th trigger date stimulates a discussion to receive updates on catches when we all receive regular updates on catch progress through the season twice a month from IPHC. I don't feel like this motion provides a range of alternatives for public review that adequately considers in-season flexibility options that we desire to build into our catch sharing plan looking forward so that we more fully utilize our Area 2A TAC. It's been impressed upon us that that should be our goal, is that we utilize our TAC because it's important to us. And number of our representatives have impressed upon us the need for in-season flexibility, and that tool is the way that we share effectively during the season to better meet collectively our needs in Area 2A. That said, and just to say that I have another motion, a different motion for in-season flexibility that I would appreciate the council considering. I'm thinking back to Mark's initial remarks when we started this discussion about our goal here today being to develop a range of alternatives for public review. In that spirit, I am prepared to support this motion. I appreciate the discussion Mr. Anderson just offered about we may look into this between now and November and find that it doesn't have merit and we can park it at that time. I think that's worthwhile. I know we haven't had a lot of time. We just received the GAPS report this morning laying out this particular mechanism. So with that in mind, I'm willing to support it. But I would just note that I do have an additional motion that addresses in-season flexibility, and that I'm approaching this discussion in the spirit of being inclusive and trying to build in alternatives that will help us achieve the ultimate goal. So that completes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just to add to this discussion, I support this approach. I feel like we've heard from our stakeholders and our advisory bodies a real willingness and interest to be flexible and to share quota when it's available across states. And we talk about, I look at this and I think about what we've been doing in Washington, and this mirrors what has been really effective for us as we've tried to address the effort shifts that we saw with the port closures and the impacts of the pandemic. And I spoke to that and I read the sentences in our WDFW report word for word because they were important, because it relied on the support from National Marine Fisheries Service to help us do that. So I think there's an opportunity to bring that approach to the larger West Coast. It's been an effective tool, and I see value in it, and I hear our stakeholders saying there's value in it. I completely understand, and we've been listening to NIMS when they say, we need more details or some more specificity. And so if we work through that this fall, or maybe it takes us a little longer, I think it's worth the effort. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Further discussion? Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Hall might have set me up fairly well for this. In thinking about these in-season actions that are being discussed, and I'll put out the agencies in favor of trying to find flexible ways to ensure 2A allocation is met. But these in-season actions, as folks might be aware, we treat as a one Federal Register notice rule. There's a list of them in the briefing book that we put out this year, some of the ones that Ms. Hall mentioned that we do currently for the states for recreational actions. to enable us to take those one action rules, which some of this in-season action implies, we have to do something that's called make a good cause waiver, which is under the Administrative Procedures Act, saying that it's okay to waive notice and comment and cooling off on some of our regulations. And the criteria for that is not a low bar all the time. And so that's why I just wanted to give that as some of the details of why I sort of put out that we need some of these more details. For us to be able to put some of these regulations through place, we need to make that good cause waiver that the public has had prior notice and is sort of understanding what the in-season action the agency might take. And so the more we can think about some of these details, and it sounds like folks are willing to think about some of those details and the agency is willing to work through those details as well, the more likely we're going to get to some place where we can implement some of these flexibility measures that folks are looking for. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Josh. Further discussion. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Bill, thanks for the motion. I know there was a lot of creativity in this, in the whiting sector, when this was adapted to that sector, both in the tribal rollovers as well as the bycatch rollovers between sectors. I think there's a couple things in here that speak to flexibility. We heard earlier about the date of August 15th in relation to implementation of something, that it might be too late. So in the spirit of that we're talking of flexibility, maybe as long as that date isn't hardwired, if we find out it needs to be changed, it can be changed. I think that's good. I think there's something to be gained here. Particularly, I see Frank Lockhart in the back of the room over there. And Frank has a lot of expertise in this. And I keep thinking about, if it's just one party that has the identification of of excess and what that might include, the transparency of that is important because it's a handshake to work together between all the states and sectors and everybody involved. And so there needs to be confidence that it's not unreasonably withheld and that the identification of this excess is really well vetted. So maybe it's not just in the purview of the state that has the excess, although I see the benefit of that to a certain extent. But I see that, when we talk about this, I think overall this is a really good tool in the toolbox. I think some of the other things that were proposed earlier or talked about earlier may be another tool that we should analyze, or tools. But I think this is one we should add to the toolbox. I'll be supporting this, understanding that it's a framework that hopefully comes back with questions and answers and adjustments to get us there. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Further discussion. Looking left and right very carefully. And I'm not seeing any additional hands, so I will call the question. All in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I realize there's additional work to do here. Marcy has signaled there might be an additional motion there. Before we get to that, I want to take one last short break so you can organize your thoughts. So 10 minutes, let's come back here and wrap up work on this item.
Recording stopped.
All right, 1 minute warning, 30-second warning. Please move back to your seats.
Recording in progress.
All right, thank you all. Let's continue on this so we can wrap this up. Remember, we have a reception today, but if we need to take time tomorrow on this topic, we can do that too. So I will look for further hands. Any motions regarding items? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a second motion pertaining to in-season flexibility. I believe Sandra has it. Sorry, I can't see. Thank you. I move the council adopt for public review the in-season flexibility options as described in agenda item D1 attachment 4 with the following modifications. First, add August 1 and July 15th for consideration as trigger dates as described in agenda item D1 supplemental CDFW report 1 and agenda item D1 supplemental GAP report 1. 2, add the in-season flexibility process as described in agenda item D1 supplemental CDFW report 1, where following a trigger date as described above, all recreational fisheries would be open 7 days per week and fish against a combined recreational quota for all 3 states. 3, include an alternative for a 1 fish bag limit for all recreational fisheries in Area 2A through the in-season trigger date using the above trigger dates described, after which the bag limit could be increased to 2 fish coast-wide as described in agenda item D1 supplemental CDFW report 1 and mentioned in agenda item D1 supplemental GAP report 1.
Thank you, Marcy. We'll let Sandra finish that and scroll up so the entire motion is before us and you can look it over for accuracy and completeness. Is it accurate and complete?
Yes, just one typographic change in the third bullet using, in the parentheses, using the trigger dates described above.
Thank you. Now it is accurate and complete.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Corey Ridings. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We appreciate the time that has been spent since the June meeting to develop the content in attachment 4. There's been a fair amount of discussion and a lot of different ideas about how to provide in-season flexibility. I think we all recognize that there's work yet to do to really get at our ultimate goal of fully utilizing the area to attack and freely moving fish between areas and needs with flexibility that we'd like to provide in the CSP. We've got a long way to go, but I believe the alternatives described in attachment 4 start us down that pathway. I would recommend that we add the trigger dates of August 1 and July 15th based on a number of considerations that we've heard already today. First, there's likely to be a time lag between the trigger date and the effectiveness of any rule or action that would actually allow for commencement of fishing in a sector that availed itself of newly available quota. Additionally, it was noted by industry stakeholders that allowing for earlier dates might allow more opportunity to more fully utilize quota before the end of the season. Oftentimes, fishing activity begins to drop off in the later months of the year in the fall. So earlier trigger date may allow for better utilization of available quota from sectors where we've allowed for flexibility for quota to move. Regarding the second bullet, we've had some discussion about this with the concept being that recreational fisheries would, after the trigger date, all have combined quotas with the remainder that's available in those pots that would be open 7 days per week, so that all state recreational fisheries would fish against a combined recreational quota. I appreciate the discussion that we've had around the table here today and the acknowledgement that some ports, some areas have higher catch rates than others. I recognize there is, a variety of catching potential out there that differs between states and areas. But the goal here is to ensure that we utilize this recreational quota across West Coast recreational fisheries. Thinking about the exchange I had with Lynn and the situation right now with the Oregon fisheries in 2023, it would sound that right now they're opening in their Oregon coast sub areas and the South Coast area. They're open 7 days a week fishing against a quota, and it's expected to continue through the end of the year. So I don't know that I share the concern that we would take a combined pot West Coast wide in a matter of a few days. But again, I think this is the type of discussion that we should have and consider if this alternative might be modified to spread the remaining catch out over a longer time period, or for specified for certain areas to operate differently. But as just an initial alternative to scope, the concept would be to allow all fisheries to open 7 days per week and fish against the combined quota. Regarding bag limits, we've had some discussion here surrounding the bag limit tool. Certainly it is a tool that allows for increased harvest, or can allow for increased harvest on an in-season basis. That is something that may work to better utilize the allowable quota. We'd look for the application of an increase in the bag limit to be equitable across the recreational fisheries coast-wide. We've heard some public comment about the equity situation that is created when one jurisdiction has a higher bag limit and others do not. So considering, again, the needs of all West Coast fisheries combined, and looking at this tool and through the equity lens, implementing or having the possibility to implement an increased bag limit for all areas seems an appropriate alternative. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there any questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? I don't see any questions, so I will open the floor for discussion on the motion. Any discussion? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Since this motion and at this time, we're talking about forwarding the things for public review. I think I will support this. However, I have some grave concerns about a number of pieces within it that hopefully will be fleshed out more between now and November. None of these will be a surprise. It's things I've mentioned already this afternoon. We have a fishery that has quota set aside to begin in August. And how does that play with the August 1st and July 15th dates? I still have concerns about the 7-day-a-week. In Oregon on Labor Day weekend, a 3-day weekend can take 52,000 pounds in a 3-day weekend in the Central Oregon Coast sub area. That scares me a bit. Additionally, the 7 days a week isn't always about halibut. There are other considerations such as bycatch of yellow eye rockfish. And how would things like non-halibut implications, non-halibut reasonings be incorporated into that? And then on the third piece with the bag limit, this one I'm really struggling with because we don't have the same limits on other fisheries throughout the different states. California currently has a 10-fish bag limit for the bottom fish fishery. Oregon's only has 5. Both of them are doubling. So why is one at a competitive advantage and the other not? We were able to go to a 2-fish bag limit this year because of the average size being where it is and the quota. If our quota goes down significantly, or even next year, if our average weight is up 5 pounds net weight, we probably wouldn't be able to go to 2 fish. So there's a number of factors in there that need to be considered. So just wanted to restate those because it is public review and we have time between now and November for additional discussion. I will support it with those concerns expressed.
Thank you, Lynn. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. And similar to Lynn, I am trying really hard to see this through the lens of public review and exploring and getting public input. But from my halibut manager's hat, there are just so many barriers I see in some of these bullets that also want to be completely transparent in the public review that I just feel like that they're actually a no-go in many ways. So, for example, Washington is not open for halibut fishing in July because we have our salmon fisheries underway and we're not quota managing 2 fisheries at the same time. It just the issues that we choose to do to manage our salmon and our halibut at the same time. The idea of opening all recreational fisheries 7 days per week, whether that's July 15th or August 1 or August 15th is mind-boggling to me. As I tried to explain earlier, where we have the options that our sub-areas can be open up to 7 days a week in August and September, we have never done that. Like, for example, Westport, and this is where we're talking about the volume of halibut that we can catch in a matter of days. And so to wrap my head around as a manager, how we would navigate that. And I'm trying not to be closed-minded, but I'm struggling with how I can support that. I don't have strong thoughts about the 1 fish bag limit. That is a place where public review would help me understand that from the stakeholders' point of view, and for me to think about it myself. But those are just some initial thoughts, and I'm less clear about whether or not I can support the motion as it is. But thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I won't be supporting this motion, and my reasons are, number one, I think it's up to us to put out a reasonable range of alternatives for public review. It doesn't mean you just put out anything and everything. And I don't think this is a reasonable range of alternatives. And I'll just speak to each bullet to tell you why. There was a fair amount of references to catching R2A allocation and the importance of that. And I agree that that's important, but I'm not willing to give up our management objectives for each one of our management areas in those communities and those ports in order to do that. And that's what this does. There is no way that we, on August 1 or July 15th, that we're going to be ready to say whether or not we have additional fish unless we have another pandemic where we only caught 6,000 fish a day compared to 51,000 fish a day, pounds a day in 2015. So it just, it's setting up unrealistic expectations in my view. The trigger date, as I said before, and that we just open a coast up, coast wide, and have a free for all. Even if you could manage it, and I don't think you can. It is again, you're just giving up on your management objectives for your area, for our areas. And we're saying it's okay to just wrap the season up in 4 or 5 fishing days. And I just don't, that doesn't make sense to me. All to make sure we catch our quota. We're better. I just think we're better than that. Better managers than that. And we've proved it. I don't have strong feelings about the one fish bag, but I do have heartburn that we have to do in Nia Bay what you do in Crescent City. We're not going to, there's no way we're going to a 2 fish bag anytime soon. We don't have, I mean, our catch rates are way too high even with a 1 fish bag. We're not going to 2 fish. So, but if an area at the end of the day in September, in order to catch their quota, needs to go to 2 fish, great. That's right in line with the objective of catching our 2A quota. I don't want to be dismissive of where you have towns that are close, like Crescent City. But to have this in a catch share plan that applies coast-wide, where you've got hundreds of miles between areas and you're demanding that they have the same bag limit, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But at the end of the day, it won't matter because we're going to have a 1 fish bag limit into, I don't know about into perpetuity, but for a long time ahead. So it really doesn't matter.
Thank you, Phil. Further discussion, Butch Smith.
Yeah, I supported the first motion because it potentially gives fish to a state that needs them and they can manage them how they need to use them. And I agree with that. And I agree with the concept of the state sitting down rather than try to rip quota out of states that need that quota and move it somewhere else. In cooperation and getting together and sharing fish, somewhat what we do up on the Washington coast with salmon between the troll group and the sport group has been a marvelous showing of how groups can work together. I don't think it does. I don't think this, to me, it doesn't do it. And I just, I think the first motion was much better. I believe in sharing fish if we've got the allocation. But I believe in sharing the fish that'll help the state that needs them and let them manage them how they see fit, and not put a concept on every state that this is the way we should, every state should manage the same if it doesn't fit the objectives. So I cannot support this motion for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Butch. Further discussion? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd just like to offer a brief response to a few of the remarks made. I fully admit this is not a perfect path forward or a complete path forward. It is not a complete range. I think we've all acknowledged that there are a number of ways that we can consider in-season flexibility, and we have yet to fully flesh that out. However, I believe it's a step forward. I'm looking at the situation with repeated underage in the sport sectors, the other states, totaling in the hundreds of thousands of pounds in recent years. That's a lot of fish to leave on the table. I acknowledge that historically, particularly in Washington, some of the Puget Sound opportunities and the catch rates witnessed in various sub areas of Washington, that the capacity to catch a high volume of fish has been demonstrated. But that's not recently. What I'm seeing is a need for the council to address changes in this fishery that have occurred since 2019. The proposal in front of us was my attempt to offer an equitable way between states and their recreational fisheries to mop up the remainder of what might be left. We've heard Josh suggest to us that an automatic action and the publication of a rule, getting that out on the streets, it might take 2 to 3 weeks after that trigger date to actually have something that hits the streets. That means after Labor Day. So to me, it's not unreasonable or unrealistic to think that if there are over 100,000 pounds left in the combined sport allocations, and we're talking about opening fisheries mid-September, that those fisheries cannot be prosecuted for 7 days a week, even with the possibility of a 2-fish bag limit. That to me is a reasonable alternative to consider and flesh out. That's my intention with offering this range, is that we think about how we work through these considerations and continue to develop them. But just want to respond that I do not think it is unreasonable to propose an equitable way to share quota that is parked in particular sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I plan on voting for this and just wanted to speak a little bit to that. note that I appreciate the comments that Lynn, Heather, and Phil made about this. I'm looking at this and thinking about ways to increase our big picture flexibility as conditions and needs change across our coast. This feels to me like it's a continued refinement and that we're learning from each other, possibility of trying new things and getting creative. That means that we do have to consider new things. And I think that sometimes that can be uncomfortable. And I think that what we're doing here today is that work and that it's important. As noted, this is an early point. We're sending this out for public comment and public review. I think it can add to that process of bringing in new information, hopefully spurring some creativity, and hopefully bringing in some additional thinking to this. I personally don't feel like I have all the info. All of the 3 states provided really good reports, and yet I think there's still a lot to understand, including more social and economic data to better understand what we can do best for the entire coast. So I just wanted to lay out my thinking there. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I'm stuck on Marcy's use of equitable for everyone in the second bullet in particular. And not that I don't disagree with the idea of equitable and spread out opportunity, but when we talk about opening every one of the Washington sectors 7 days per week in August, I don't think there's going to be equity. Depending on how much quota we have left. And as a responsible manager, I don't think I could even project that we could stay open an entire week and not exceed a quota. I don't see that as equitable. I think if all those sub areas in Washington are open 7 days a week, there's nothing going to be equitable.
Thank you. Thanks. Further discussion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm actually not totally sure how I'm going to vote on this one, but I did want to speak a little bit to the piece about flexibility in the third bullet point. I think it is really difficult to be flexible if we are all doing the same thing along a coastline as long as ours is. I think we have built flexibility into our system. It's not just groundfish where we have different bag limits. We have it for albacore, have had it for albacore in the past. Different states handle their fisheries differently. And I do think that it really isn't equitable, as we've heard from some of our colleagues around the table, to put this type of consideration forward under the guise of equity, where people need different things for different reasons. And it's initially I thought, wow, I'm in favor, but listening to people around the table, I do have some very serious reservations about this, and I realize it's for markup for public comment, but I also am concerned at times that when we put too many choices out that are too far in one direction or another, that we get a lot of people upset or commenting on things that are really unlikely for us to pursue. And I think that also needs to be mentioned when we put these types of motions forward in terms of public comment and the ability for us to make a decision down the path that we are influencing the public as well.
Thank you, Krista. Further discussion. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. A lot of good comments around the table. This is a pretty pretty open proposal here. And I just, addressing it for bullet points. What I'm hearing is the reason for the August 1st and the July 15th in the first bullet point is to give time, as Josh had mentioned, to get an opener if there is an identification of excess or to be able to fish on. But I don't see this as a trigger date to make a decision in those early dates. It's initiate the conversation of the estimation what might happen on August 15th so that potentially we could get something going to be implemented. So that's one thing I see that's probably not clear here. Second bullet point, I'm really, really concerned about the safety factor. We've been concerned about derby fisheries forever. And this just starts a huge derby fishery and a big competition. And then it doesn't address how much fish, because if you're going to open the whole coast to 7 days a week and there's not much fish identified as being able to fish on, it's not manageable. And, a little experience in that in open access fisheries and, in fisheries I fished in, they wouldn't even open them because there wasn't enough fish at stake to manage and they couldn't manage it. So it doesn't have that component. The bag limit, I don't have much to say about that, other than I think that we hear enough that 2 fish is probably too much. Overall, it's a really far benchmark, and I think it's almost. I'm really worried about putting something up with this much latitude in it, this much. But in the spirit of, I do know there's fish been left on the table. California definitely could use it. I hear that loud and clear from my constituents, the people I represent, that there needs to be something to be able to get access to fish if it's there. None of the motions are addressing the real issue here of California maybe not having enough to begin with. It seems like we've skipped over that. But I don't know what to say about this. I really don't. I don't know if I could vote for it or not. I'm torn. If I look at it as a benchmark or something to work to, come back and have but as it stands, as it is right now, if that's what it is, I couldn't vote for that. But I could vote for it as that analysis or put it forward to come up with something much more responsible, I guess is the word. So anyhow, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Mark Burrell next.
I just simply want to quickly clarify that this is for analysis, and I'm sure this is not the final motion. We'll see on this agenda item.
Thank you. Further discussion? Careful. I was looking carefully and Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Vice Chair Asmer. I think I have a hard time supporting this in the sense we're talking about leaving fish on the table, but adding a trigger date in August 1st or July 15th, where Washington's going to start their season, second part of their season on August 1st, and Oregon hasn't even started their summer all depth fishery. So I mean, I don't see what that does for us. I don't think we should be telling other states how to manage their fisheries with the given amount of fish they have. In bullet 2, open 7 days a week, it seems pretty unreasonable to me. Although for analysis, I think it would probably be a fairly quick analysis, and that's strict as far as a thumbs up or thumbs down. So I think that I'm not sure this motion really does what we need to do. So I'm having a hard time supporting this at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Further discussion? Joe Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I recognize that, this doesn't deal directly with the tribal fishery for halibut. I think from the tribal perspective, we have significant interest in ensuring, that the tribes, and the states, are able to utilize the halibut allocation that we get for 2A. And so there's an interest in ensuring that, what we do come up with, hopefully leads to that outcome. We can kind of address that problem that we're contending with. When I look at the motion and listening to the discussion and hearing some of the what appears to be some critical concerns as to whether some parts of this is realistic, meaning something that we can do and it will help lead to a outcome that we all collectively desire. That causes me to think, is this something that I could support? And I think the bullet 2, maybe in particular, seems to be, highly problematic. And so I'm kind of on the fence on this because again, it doesn't involve, the tribal fisheries or tribal interests that I represent here at the table. It does raise, some broader implications. So I just wanted to share that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I will look around for any other hands for discussion on this motion. And not seeing any, I'm going to call for the question. The motion is before us on the screen. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
Abstentions. Executive Director Burden, I do not know which was favored here, the ayes or the noes. I would like to request a roll call vote.
Okay, certainly, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just give me a minute here. Okay, I will be working from voting sheet number 1. The motion reference, I've titled it as D1 flexibility made by Ms. Yaremko.
Yes.
You too. Butch Smith.
No.
Phil Anderson.
No.
Virgil Moore.
No.
Josh Lindsay.
Yes.
Mark Gorelnik.
Yes.
Lynn Mattis.
Yes.
Corey Ridings.
Yes.
Joe Oatman.
No.
Marcy Yaremko.
Now I can say yes.
Heather Hall.
No.
Krista Svensson,
No.
Robert Dooley,
Yes.
Brad Pittenger,
No.
see, Mr. Vice Chairman, I have 6 yes, 7 no, so the motion fails.
Thank you, Executive Director Burden. So the motion before us fails. At this time, while you think we have a little more work to do, and we are going to continue on this agenda item, we have a very busy week, just to see if we can finish it here. Unless there's complete silence and no further action. Marcy?
All right. We'll keep going. CDFW motion 3, please, Sandra. Thank you. I move the council adopt for public review the allocation modification options as described in agenda item D1 attachment 5 as modified by the GAP in agenda item D1 supplemental GAP report 1 and slide 16 of agenda item D1 supplemental presentation to omit method 2 and convert the option 3 allocation to non-tribal equivalents while omitting option 4. Also omit the FCEY triggers attached to these allocation alternatives.
Thank you, Marcy. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Bob Dooley seconds the motion. Thank you. Please go ahead and speak to your motion as needed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This motion would include 3 of the 4 allocations that were presented in the presentation and is a reasonable range for consideration. And we look forward to public review of those alternatives. As described in the CDFW report, we recommend omitting the FCEY trigger amounts that were attached to the allocation alternatives because the need to reallocate is not related to what the FCEY amount is. The need to shift some allocation to California is now and exists regardless of what the FCEY amount is. We have not heard any reasoning put forward as to why an FCEY trigger is necessary. The size of the pie doesn't reflect the importance of the increase to California in the allocation. I note that all of the alternatives to shift fish to California from the recreational pots of Oregon and Washington, these are all very minor allocation shifts. At the upper end, under the current FCEY that Area 2A has for 2023, would move a total of just under 30,000 pounds to California. That would be the equivalent of California receiving 7% in total to add to the 4% that we currently have. I think we've heard a number of public comments supporting the upper end of the range. I believe the GAP has worked through the alternatives, and I certainly support the recommendation of council staff as well as the GAP to convert that option 3 allocation to a non-tribal equivalent for simplicity. Certainly will help, I think, the public understand the range of alternatives much more easily. So with that, that completes my rationale. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? And I'm not seeing any questions for clarification, so I will open the floor to discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion? I am not seeing any hands, so we will call the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. And as a refresher, we have had motions on the items that we needed motions on, but that does not mean all the motions are in. So I will look around for hands. Heather Hall.
Didn't get it. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I do have another motion to add, and I just sent it to Sandra. I could actually, it's a short one, whatever's easier. Either write it on the type as we go or wait for my email to come through.
I'm not sure how fast things travel through virtual space or whatever you call it here. We'll give it a few seconds.
Okay.
There it is on the screen. Go ahead and read your motion.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Vice Chair. I move the council adopt for public review the in-season flexibility options as described in agenda item D1, attachment 4 for public review.
Thank you, Heather. That language looks accurate and complete. Is that so?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Phil Anderson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I didn't want to leave without including this part, which was included in the last motion, that I think is really important. I think there's some really good things in there. I know they don't go as far as our last discussion just was, but I do think there's value in the flexibility that's offered in attachment 4, an opportunity to dig into those and get public comment on that before November. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? I do not see any hands, so I'll open the floor to discussion on the motion. Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Heather, for the motion. I certainly support keeping this dialogue going. I think we're off to moving things forward, and I look forward to the refinement and development of more specific approaches that I think this document will generate a lot of discussion and give us ample food for thought moving forward. So appreciate having it go out for public review. Thank you.
Further discussion? Oh, Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Feeding off some of my previous comments, again, I'm supportive of the language moving forward. And I think Marcy just alluded to, there might be some more details. Some of this language in the catch rate plan is currently in codified text in our regulations. So we'd need to review how those could be modified and likely add to that to actually get some of the flexibility envisioned here. And the other thing I want to flag has sort of been relevant to a couple of the motions here and something for folks to think about as we move towards November. Some of these allocation pots that we're talking about are allocations that are implemented through IPHC regulations, through rulemaking that's done jointly between the West Coast region and Alaska region, not a catch sharing plan necessarily change. So we'd have to think about how to make those modifications through the IPHC process as well. And similarly, some of these are done through two different now NIMS regulations, one through directed fishery rule that we do to set those allocations, as well as the rules establishing recreational regulation. So we'll need to think through a process of how to potentially amend both those regulations in season. It'll be something that the agency will need to work through on some of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. I will look very carefully. And I don't see any hands, so call the question on this. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. I will look around the room to see if there are any other hands, if there are further motions, and I will queue up Robin to see how we have done on this item, if our work here is complete or if there is more we need to do. Robin, how about your perspective?
Well, no one probably has a sense of humor right now, so I could say, oh no, you got a lot more work to do, but you guys did an awesome job and you have covered every aspect of the conversation today. 9 motions, and every one of them will be adopted for public review and really help the public understand, or at least get an idea of what direction the council is going and the things that they're going to start thinking about. So thank you all very much. I think we had a great conversation. I have everything I need here to move forward and share with the public what your decisions were today. So great job and thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. Before closing this agenda item, I just want to make sure no one has any closing comments. And I'm not seeing any hands. So with that, I will close this item and I will pass the gavel back to our chair to see what he wants to do with the rest of the day.
Well, great job, Vice Chair Hassemer and everyone here. Just a rough day. We got through it. And with that, I might turn to Executive Director Burden to see if he has any announcements for tonight, for tomorrow. So, Eric.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Only announcement as a reminder, we do have a reception this evening. It starts at 6 o'clock. So in a few minutes, we'll be right out these doors and spilling around the corner. So hope to see most or all of you there.
All right. Thank you. And everyone have a good night. We'll see you probably in a few minutes. So, all right.